That woke me up. Hey guys, I hope you're doing well. Welcome back to Small Screen Live. I hope you guys are doing very well. Happy Friday to everyone. If you're awake in Europe, then I hope you're doing well. If you're in the United States, then I think it's about 6 o'clock over there, maybe a bit later. I don't know. Time zones doesn't make any sense to me.
Good morning, Edward.
And there's James. I hope you guys are all doing well. Who do we have in the chat? We have quite a few people in the chat. Right, is James going to go through everyone? Yes, he is. Danzig 1979 is here saying, "Oh man, might be fashionably late. So I'm just going to see Eternals now." Ooh, now Eternals. What do you guys think? Has anyone seen it yet? We don't want any spoilers because I haven't seen it. But yeah, I've heard like kind of mixed things about it. Let's say that the critics haven't been very kind towards Eternals, which is a bit of a shame. Who else have we got in the chat? We've got Charlie Wilson saying, "Can't wait for the show to start." Thank you, Charlie. I had a nice call from James going, "Dude, wake up." Because I tried to have a nap before the show, but it never goes well for me whenever I try and have a nap before the show. And I think for some reason...
So you're basically pulling a James right now.
You literally...
Except you made it on time, not half an hour later.
Yeah, well, I just still remember that time when I arrived like an hour late for the show. I think that was the Super Team Megaforce thing that we were doing, wasn't it? Just turned
up. That's when Sil... he filled in for you at the start. What's up, Sil?
What's up, Sil? Who else do we...
I forgot.
Oh, no, he's gone. Bobby Anderson. Bobby Anderson's here saying, "Hello, everyone. Hope all are well." We hope you're well, Bobby. I hope you're well. Right. Yeah, is that everybody? No, Sean Harrigan, another excellent guest on the show. Kudos, guys. Yes, we've got a really fun guest coming on a bit later on in the show, which is going to be very fun. And I can't wait to talk to him about stuff like Batman Beyond, Static Shock. Some stuff that he's been involved with. So and that's going to be fun.
New project. Twilight.
Yes, his new project. Yes. Who we have
new news. Got any new news?
Me, no. But Jedi Master.
Hello there.
Right, who else do we have before we move on to the next bit of the show? I think we have Robbie, Roberta, Bobby Anderson saying could have wanted more crops and flowers, but didn't want to be late to the stream. Oh, sorry, watered, not wanted. Yeah, I've literally just woken up, so I'm sorry about this. Rather low energy right now. Bobby says maybe he's playing an AC too. I don't know
Animal Crossing.
Means. Oh, I haven't been playing Animal Crossing in a while, actually. No, I need to get back onto that actually because they've just released the free DLC, haven't they? So I need to get onto that. Spooky Bats saying happy Friday, friends. Happy Friday to you, Spooky Bats. And Freddie Lauder says uns. So I think that's it. That's for the the intro music, which I have to say. That's what he's referencing. Okay, all right, fine.
No, I think it was intro music though too.
Yeah, because that makes sense as well if it was that.
Doesn't that Zemo music sound as good as the intro music? I think I did a pretty good job.
Yeah, you did a pretty good job. You should do it again with that new mic. Who else do we have in the chat? We have Charlie Wilson, 6 in the States. Yeah, so that's about the same time. And 3:30 for me, says Bobby Anderson. So where are you based? If it's 3:30 in the afternoon, I hope not in the morning. If it's 3:30 in the morning, then go to bed. And then Charlie Wilson says, "What up, small screen? I'm going to check out Eternals tomorrow." Yeah, I'm probably going to have to. I'm going to watch it next week, I think. It's already out here in France as well. Sil says Eternals was quite the movie. Is that good or bad? I don't know. I'm hearing very mixed things. And Kazakh says 7:32 in Greenland. Cocainum. So Kazakh's all...
Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства? Cocainum.
I actually need to watch that movie. I need to watch it. James is going to be like, what?
That's got to be like more than 6 seconds. I'm surprised.
Oh, what is this about?
Strike that for that clip for the longest time. Maybe it's like 6.5 seconds.
But has it changed?
No,
because I thought no, but we were just doing the wrong time.
Well, no, I just didn't care at the start. Copyright claim is nothing when you're not monetized, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's it's copyright claim is better than a copyright strike, and we all know about that, don't we? Who else do we have? We have Lord of the Long Box. Did someone ring?
Nope.
And then we have Charlie Wilson saying James rocking the full beard now. Yes, he is. And it's evil. It is evil James Kazakh.
Well, didn't you know we're in the evil timeline right now? We're in the dark timeline.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the last 5 years has been the dark timeline, man.
You don't agree? This is when we're going to have Clint come onto the show with like a full handlebar mustache. I hope he does. I'd be really upset if he doesn't. He needs it. Anyway, who else do we have? Curtis. We have Curtis Baker in the chat just going yo yo. And yes, Lords of the Long Box says Super Team Minor Force. Well, it's just me and James at the moment. So yeah, I suppose it is. Who else do? Well, you lined that one up, didn't you, James? California. So in California, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, wow. She was around. She grew up during the time of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Sharon Tate and all that stuff.
Oh wow!
So I want to get her on the show and talk about that stuff. Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah, I'm reading a book all about that actually. All about the what's his name? I've forgotten his name now. The guy that was behind all that.
Charlie Manson.
Charlie Manson. Charles Manson. I've literally just
YouTube will flag us. Can't say his name.
No, you can't say his name? Pretty sure you could say his name. It's not, we don't live in Russia.
Do you know gullible is not in the dictionary?
Yeah. All right, good one. No, but the book's called Chaos: The Truth Behind the Manson Murders. It's actually quite good. Yeah. I recommend it to anyone that likes true crime kind of stuff, which I'm a bit weird. I do like true crime. That's something you didn't know about me, James.
Yeah, I did. I know everything about you. We're like an old married couple.
Oh no, it's literally just because you have access to this to the YouTube, to small screens YouTube. So you're always creeping on what I'm watching. You're like, why are you watching so much Hassan? I'm like, yeah, I just find him quite funny.
I like Andrew Callahan better, to be honest with you. It was cool to see him on a show, though.
Because when you first told me, I thought you meant Ethan, that Ethan guy from what's that?
Well, that doesn't surprise me because you only skim my messages anyways. So
no, but I don't know who he is. I genuinely didn't know who he was. And
you were like, seen All Gas No Breaks?
No.
Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan.
Oh, Channel 5. Yeah, I know Channel 5.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was his name. Oh yeah, I like him. He's funny.
Yeah, he's great.
They shows that the things he does is they're pretty funny. And Sean Harrigan says we are in the darkest timeline. Yeah, it's literally the darkest timeline where we talk about political YouTubers.
Until that Discovery merger, apparently.
Yes. Well.
Oh, sorry, Curtis. What's up, man?
What's up, Curtis? I think Clint is coming in the show later, isn't he? He's coming along. Yeah. Hopefully. Because what do you want to talk about, James, before Clint arrives? Is there anything?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. He's up to his old tricks again. You see, in the darkest timeline, he's even worse. So he just does his old tricks
even worse.
More.
So I'm always bad, but I'm just evil, even worse.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like mega evil James.
I want
I'm
to
pretty
know what you think about the Eternals RT score. I mean, I know you hate Rotten Tomatoes because they suck, but
Oh, and they refuse to acknowledge small screen.
like most people,
That's not
we're just
fair.
we're just us in our own little corner of the internet.
Yeah,
You know how it
exactly.
is.
I think that's how
No,
you
but-
like it, though, isn't it?
But what? Yes, but what do you think of like is the critics' reviews that are the lowest?
They're the ones that are really low. But also, this is the thing. Like, if you go on to let's have a look. Go on to Eternals Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay, hold on.
And
I'll
you
do it.
and you look at who's been giving the movie the terrible scores. Like, they're really bad, some of them. It's got 268 reviews so far, but like, so what, the pitch, the week,
49%.
I'm sorry, but Channel Awesome, I've never heard of Channel Awesome. Have you?
Yeah,
have
don't
you?
watch them, but I've heard of them.
Okay, all right. Well, I haven't, but they give it a terrible score. Things like Night Vision, Book and Film Globe, Film Racket, Arkansas Democrat Gazette, Christian Science Monitor, alternate like all these places have given them bad reviews. Literally, I've not really heard of any of these places, to be honest. Yeah, then you got the Daily Mail in the UK.
49%.
Dan Merle gave it a bad review, so we know who he is. But like, I don't know. Like, for me, it's I tend to just look at particular movie reviewers. Like, you know, I have the ones that I tend to follow. Like, I suppose in England, it's what's his face? I'm forgetting all their names now. But you know, there are a couple ones like The Guardian and stuff like that I tend to read. And if you have someone that you think your tastes align with, and you read their reviews regularly, and then you're like, oh, they don't like it, then I probably won't. I mean, yeah, pay attention to reviews, but don't, like, if you want to see it, then you're going to see it anyway. That's what I think about it. And it's 50-50. That's what it is. It's quite, it's because some people seem to really quite like it, like give it like, you know, 4 out of 5 and 4 stars and things like that, which is pretty good. But it's funny because we were talking a while back about how people internally at Marvel thinking this was going to get them Oscars. And if you look at
Kevin Feige was like, it's going to be the greatest.
Yeah,
that said it, or some producer.
It was him. I think he was the one that was really really, he was saying that it was that they're really excited about it. And actually, one of the guys, I don't want to name him personally, but one of the places I used to work at, right, which I will also not name, it's a UK publication. Well, I'll name the publication. It's the Express, the Daily Express. Now, I know the chief film critic over at the Express, and he's a very nice man, but I have to say, sometimes he just doesn't like Marvel movies. He doesn't like superhero movies, and then they made him go and review this one. It's like, of course he's going to hate this film, and he did hate the movie. So, you know, so like, it's kind of like, yeah. But then, like, I know I like a publication called Little White Lies. David Jenkins is the guy that runs that, and that's a UK-based publication. They really liked it. So, why are you laughing? Oh, I'm just going on.
Hey, man, going on and going on. What's up, gang? I've been enjoying this show. I've been listening for a little bit.
Is it St. Patrick's Day or something?
No, it's full beard day, dude. Where's your beard?
Didn't you want to have handlebar mustache?
You said I bet Clint's gonna come on with a full beard here in a little bit whenever he pops in, and here I am.
It truly is
bearded in my true glory.
It truly is the dark timeline.
Yes,
like,
it is.
Eternals is getting bad reviews. It's like,
it's crazy.
In the other timeline, they were going on about how this was going to be the best movie ever made. And then yes, these reviews seem to say otherwise. I'm just looking at them like bloody hell, so many.
Clint.
But then again, as I was
know you
saying
don't
before, sorry,
no spoilers. Sorry, Edward.
Hold
no
on, I
spoilers.
gotta get this thing
beard
off.
off.
Hello there.
All right, no spoilers.
right.
I can do no spoilers, no problem.
Wait, we just want to know, since you like everything, did you like it or did you not like it?
I absolutely loved the movie. Of course,
Okay.
you could have known that. I like good movies. This was a great movie. It was a great movie. It wasn't a Marvel movie. It was a great movie, though.
But do you think that's why people are getting
Yes.
a bit weird about it? Because it wasn't really a Marvel film.
It's not a Marvel film. You don't see one familiar Marvel character in this whole movie. Familiar. I'm not talking to nerds. I'm talking about like mainstream. I'm talking about movie reviewers, and mainstream people. No, people that know the comics are gonna know who these people are, and also want something rather than a generic, like template thing. Not to quote Denis Villeneuve, but like aren't gonna want. They're excited for something a little different. That's what was cool about Shang-Chi. It was a little different than the normal thing, and this is the same, except you don't get a taste of. You're not gonna see Captain Marvel. You're not gonna see Captain America. You're not gonna see Hulk. You're not gonna see all these familiar characters that you're used to. So, and also this thing, this is not taking place in downtown New York, stopping the end of the world. This is taking place in the universe. So these are completely different scenarios, completely different stakes, completely different problems, and without spoiling anything, it's just bigger.
You already spoiled it.
No, I'm not.
There's no familiar faces in the movie, like, so I don't get. I won't.
So you don't need to go see it now. You don't need to watch it now. You've seen the whole movie.
The trailer gave everything away, especially when they tied it in with that pop song, that remix pop song. Yeah, the trailer gave everything away.
So this is taking place, the stage of this. Now, granted, you got like Guardians takes place out in space and stuff, but the stage of this is bigger than just you're not going to see the United States military intervening in this. This is a bigger thing, and it is really cool. And it's really neat. And it takes place over a long period of thousands of years, the whole movie. And this is very much a sci-fi kind of thing. In a way, without spoiling anything, the way that you got, like, if you've ever seen the super old school Clash of the Titans.
Yep. Yeah, I've seen that.
The old one. You have the gods talking to each other. They're like, should we help Perseus? And they're like, this is a big movie. This is not just a little guy running around on this giant planet who has super abilities. This is a grand scope of a film, and I think it was great. And it's also serious and dramatic. And it has its fun, quirky moments, but this is a serious, dramatic movie. Hey, you got two Starks. Of course, this is going to be serious and dramatic. But it's where it's not quite as upbeat of like having I could do this all day, or having Ant-Man making jokes and being silly. Yeah. This is more of a serious drama with serious stakes and inner drama too, about what to do, what the right thing to do is, what the wrong thing to do is, and the consequences are huge. And it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I love, you get into like serious dramatic epic movies. That's my favorite genre. I love that. You know what I mean? At the same time, I want to see a powered individual do super cool stuff and fight street crimes and save stop bank robbers. But if you got something where the stakes are way greater, I'm cool for that too. So
yeah, I do think it's interesting looking at the difference between the critic score and the audience score, because the audience score is quite high on Rotten Tomatoes. And again, I don't want to bang on about the score of something on a what is fundamentally just a site that aggregates critics and reviews and things. And also the way they do it, I think, is a bit weird, how they just go bad or good. I think there is an in between. But it is quite interesting to see how the critics reacted to it, and then compare that to the movie, the audience score, which is like in the high 80s. And I do think people went in kind of I mean, it was really bigged up because of, Chloe Zhao is part of it. Is she directed it? Oscar winner, and it's got incredible cast. Probably one of the best casts ever assembled for a Marvel movie. Let's be honest. Like, if you're going to go how well they were known before these movies, like Richard Madden, Kit Harington, Angelina Jolie, Selma Hayek, like really big names, like Kumail Nanjiani. And it sounds to me like it's a real departure for the MCU. Like, it's something that they're doing that they haven't done in the past. They did say at the very beginning that they wanted this to almost be this was their epic movie, their kind of Game of Thrones type film or Lord of the Rings type movie. And I think that might be why it's so polarizing, because it's something that's never really been done before in the MCU. And I also think there is a section of maybe not so much with the critics, because I don't think, I mean, with the critics that I was looking there, they are, a lot of them are very comic book centered, so maybe that is why as well. But this isn't the Eternals that people know from the comics either, really. It's something quite different, and I think that might be a problem as well.
Do you think the hype hindered these critic reviews?
Absolutely. You got people walking around saying, oh, this is going to be our Oscar contender. Do I think it's going to be an Oscar award-winning film? I don't think so. Does it deserve it? I won't even say that it does. But I will say it was a really good movie. Like, it was an excellent movie. And I mean, look at the cast. They did their jobs correctly. And you have the greatest filmmaker of last year, the greatest director of last year, quarterback in this thing. So it's going to be quality. It's going to be good. And it is. Is it could it have been a little better? Maybe. Maybe it could have been stitched together a little better, but I think they did a fantastic job. It definitely not worth the panning of all these critics. And it also is funny to me. There's a couple of things too. It's like, one, you get the logo, you get that stamp of Marvel on there, and it gives an expectation. We're expecting a certain thing, and we're not getting that. This is a little different. But the other weird thing is that
and you wonder why you waited so long for something so disappointing.
And go fuck yourself. And the other thing too is
Stop whining.
I forgot now. Doesn't matter. Let's go. Let's move on to the next thing. Get the guest in. I'll talk about this later on my channel.
This is I really want to talk about this with you as well. I think James completely came in with a sledgehammer there and completely destroyed your train of thought.
I don't even know.
I tried to fit it in very, very nicely. I mean, we had that Captain America meme. We got to use it. So.
But you are right. You were saying, Clint, how it has a stamp of approval with the Marvel logo.
What I was gonna say is you would expect critics to understand good storytelling and not be blinded by the logo. You know what I mean? And look at the story for what it is. And I don't think they did that. I think they looked, like James said, I think they're looking at like, hey man, these guys think they're hot shit. We're gonna just run this to the ground because we have the ability to do that. I think people get off on that a little bit, and and so I think it was a good story. I think adapting a comic into a cinematic universe and is interesting to make it believable. To do that and make it believable is tough, and I think they did a great job. That's pretty much it. Woo! No applause. James is mad at me now. Thank you. Thank you.
I was typing, Clint. I was typing.
I will say this Marvel film is the Marvel movie that I'm not as interested to watch. Like, in the last couple of years, I've been very, very excited for I think Shang-Chi was one of them that I was just really, really looking forward to, because that is very much my type of movie. And I knew that from the beginning. And I was also watching Kim's Convenience and stuff, and getting very excited about seeing Simu Liu in the MCU. This one, I watched Game of Thrones and I like Lord of the Rings, but I know I also got the feeling from the trailers, I was like, this kind of movie isn't the type of film that I'm a massive fan of. I do find them a bit long, and they can get a bit boring. And I've noticed, just for me personally, and I've noticed a lot of people say the same thing, that it's too long and slightly dull. And those are the two main criticisms that I see coming up quite a lot. I know I get the feeling, Clint, you didn't feel that at all, which is great. And I haven't seen the movie yet, so this is not a review. This is me just saying what I've heard people say and what I've read in some reviews. And again, like, I think you're right. I think a lot of critics went into this film expecting to be wowed and really blown away by it. And I think I think the hype was too much, like, in a weird way. Literally all this nonsense coming from inside Marvel, of Marvel saying this film was going to be their big Oscar push. I think that kind of hindered it as well.
They were just excited. I think like, my theory before seeing it is that I thought before, I was like, you know what? I bet because Chloe Zhao was best director last year, I bet you Kevin Feige just let go of the leash, let her do whatever. You know what I mean? Just give her free reign to do whatever she wanted because of the respect of that. Maybe he was a little starstruck for it. This is my imagination. You know what I mean? I'm going to let her do her thing instead of making sure everything fits in Marvel blocks. You know what I mean? Like Marvel stuff that he makes sure everything it works in his universe. You know, and I thought, you know what? He let her do her thing, and he was impressed because it was different, and that's why he was so excited. And it's a big, grand scope of a thing. And like, I didn't get into the Eternals comics, so like, for me, I didn't get bored because I'm like, they're world building and I'm learning everything that I need. I'm taking in all this input. Like, it could be that a lot of maybe comic guys that are familiar with the story are just kind of waiting. Okay, get to the stuff. I already know the story. You don't have to explain to me what they are. I already know, and that could be a big thing. But to me, if I was somebody that knew, I would be fascinated with how they're translating the story from book to screen. I'd be like, oh, is that how they're doing that? Oh, I like when you know the story already, and you could see that thing unwrapping and on the screen. I think that's awesome. But not everybody's got my overly optimistic demeanor.
Okay.
Should we move away from the world of Marvel and onto maybe some DC stuff, and also bring in our guest?
Yeah, we're gonna bring our guest in now.
We've got Shaun McLaughlin, who's waiting in the wings. Hello, Shaun.
Hey, Shaun.
Hi.
Shaun.
I actually don't mind waiting in the wings. I enjoy this level of discourse about films and about superhero films, where it's not just, oh my God, the explosions were so cool and the fights were really neat. I mean, I like when it's talking about it on a higher level.
That's very
just a couple of things like my career's coming up on 30 years, and you never expect a critic to know anything. If if a critic really knows the source material or really knows something, that's a bonus. But I don't know that they need to know stuff. I think that they're supposed to honestly respond to it. But I do think there's a lot of I know there's a lot of people. I mean, I was in academia for a few years after I left animation, and I know there's a lot of people there who will look at that logo and just immediately think, "Oh, this is crap." This is pablum.
Yeah.
And coming from someone who's a film academic, I can tell you those movies are not that. What Marvel has done is a pretty stunning achievement, storytelling wise and filmmaking wise, no matter what Martin Scorsese says. So I enjoyed listening to you guys.
Oh, right on.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us, Shaun, by the way. Excited to have you here and talk.
Thank you for having me.
Twilight. We're all big fans of your previous work here. Justice League Unlimited, Batman Beyond, and Static Shock, and even some Pinky in the Brain stuff you did some work on. I found that out. So can you
I started on I actually started writing comics for DC before I moved over to animation. I did a run of Aquaman, I did some issues of Hawkman, and I continued to do some comic work through the years. But my first job was I actually started as a production assistant. I started the bottom of the ladder, the guy running the Xerox machine and keeping the schedule on Pinky and the Brain.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Edward. It's your show.
Well, Yes, it's my show. I will say, I have literally, James woke me up to do this. I thought this was going out at like midnight my time, and James then calls me going, no, it's an hour early. I was in bed, so I do apologize if I seem a bit groggy, but no,
I'm like
when
that all
James
the time.
when
Me
James
too.
told me when James told me you were coming on the show, one of the things we did want to talk about was your career and stuff like that, but also like what you're doing now. So you've got is it on Indiegogo? You've got, no, it's Kickstarter. You've got it going on at the moment, isn't it? It's a project that I just wanted you to talk a little bit about. This is Kickstarter, yeah, and what the idea is behind it. So the last night.
I love talking about it.
Yeah, so just basically tell us where it came from. What's the idea? Pitch it to us, basically.
This came from my career. This came from the kind of stories that I kept being interested in, and that everybody said, no, we need more explosions. And this is a drama. It's a mockumentary about a superhero, a Batman-like superhero, with a documentary crew following him as he goes around getting ready for his last night as the Twilight, his last night going out on patrol. And we find out that he has lost all his money. He doesn't have his mansion or his fancy car or his secret headquarters anymore, because he lost all his money in a personal injury suit to a villain who was hurt too badly and took him to court and sued him. So the idea is, what do you do when you're broke, but your endless war against crime isn't over?
That is a really good idea.
I love it. I love it. It's like a midlife or three-quarter life crisis of like, all right, where do we go from here? But I bet his ego probably wants to keep fighting crime, but
yeah, well, yeah, it's basically yeah, that's a really good pitch. Like what would happen to Batman
former
if
arch enemies who have retired?
Yeah. So it's basically what would happen to Batman if he had no money and just wanted to keep on fighting.
If he lost everything, which actually was a right. Well, if you take the idea for me, the idea of Batman was that he's so obsessed that no matter what, he's going to continue doing this. So this is taking maybe a little bit of a jaundiced view at somebody who can't stop doing it. It's the idea is Tom Mason was one of the other producers on this. He came up with the idea that the analogy is like this is Tom Brady who's gone one step too far. He might not win the Super Bowl anymore.
Yeah.
But he can't stop. And my analogy was George Foreman and people like that who just can't stop doing what they're going to do. There's the question is that a lot of people have asked is, about physically capable. I mean, he's not financially capable anymore. He's kind of physically capable of doing the stuff, but it becomes clear in the film he's not nearly as physically capable as he once was. We do a couple of flashback sequences to when he was young, and then we see the incident where he got sued for. And we as I said, we interview some of his arch villains who have retired, and they've sort of like happily moved on with their lives, and he just cannot. He can't.
I got you. Go ahead, Clint.
I was just gonna say, what's the vibe though? Is it like where it's a sad thing where he can't continue and it's sad, or is it like he's gonna be bumbling around, still thinks he can do it, but he can't, and it turns into like a comedy kind of a thing, or is this like a serious thing where it's like he can't do it anymore and it's a little bit sad? Like, there's two. You could be Kenny Powers if you've seen if you know who Kenny Powers is from Eastbound and Down. He's a washed up baseball player. It's hilarious. It's one of my favorite shows ever. The first series was hilarious. Or it could be a sad thing to where like this guy just doesn't have it, but he keeps like an old Charles Bronson that just keeps going, but it's serious. I was just curious about the tone.
it would be closer to Eastbound and Down. It's actually close to What We Do in the Shadows, which has a lot of humor to it, but there's also a heart and there's a feeling to it. Like Kenny Powers can still play baseball better than 90% of the population of the world, but he's just not really Kenny Powers anymore. So this guy can still go out and kick ass, but one of the things one of the former villains says is you should have seen him in his prime. 5'6" henchmen like that, no problem for him. Now he has trouble with 3.
That's awesome.
How far are you into the production? Are you still in pre-production right now?
Yeah, we're in pre-production and we're raising the funds. I've storyboarded about half of it. I tend, not just because I have an animation background, but because of my educational background, I storyboard the thing out almost completely. So we go in and we just get what we need. We're not shooting a lot of extra footage, and so the shoot time will be kept down. It's mostly cast, and the script is pretty much locked at this point.
Okay. All right, excellent. And what are you guys planning to shoot on?
We're
getting into the technical aspects right now.
My DP's not here. It's all his equipment though, and he's got the latest digital equipment.
Nice.
I'm the creative guy.
Yeah, no problem. Do you want to tell us about your crew?
Yeah, I've got Clint Byrne, who's a DP. You can see he did a short film called 299,792 kilometers per second. He's working now on a documentary with the Tiger King people about New York City. He's done a lot of commercials. Nice. He's done a few narrative films, and he really wants to do narrative films. He actually was a student of mine when I was a teacher. Peter Michael Marino, who's playing the arch villain. I actually went to college with him. We have a long-standing relationship. He is sort of the dean of American solo show performers, and he also laid the ground for a lot of streaming theater once COVID hit. His current project is Planet of the Grapes Live. Matter of fact, this is my Planet of the Grapes Live T-shirt. It's a parody of Planet of the Apes done completely with plastic fruit. He's known around the world. He's performed. He's been at the Edinburgh Fringe, I think 5-6 times. He's performed on the West End with Desperately Seeking the Exit. He's very well known. Playing his former lover and one of his former arch enemies is a woman named Jenny Ney, who's an actress I've worked with locally, and she also has directed and acted in LA and Texas. Really great. She's got. When I wrote the part, I could only hear her voice. It's she's a suburban housewife now who's really sort of proud of the fact that she was once a sexy supervillain, but God forbid she doesn't want her husband to find out about it. So she's hoping they can blur her face out or something in the thing. So she talks about the long sexual affair she and the Twilight had.
Can you? He must have had a Robin, right? It's called the Red Squire in this. His sidekick. 2.
I think yeah.
He's got two. The first one we see in a flashback with arch villain Lady Avnik when she was young, and the Red Squire had a little bit of problem. It was lucky he was wearing a cup because he was so enamored with Lady Avnik, and he wound up going bad and becoming a villain named Pastor Gray. And then the second Red Squire was actually the Twilight's son, Phil, Blair, who has retired and happily, and he actually talks sort of wistfully of what it was like being with his father, whereas the original Red Squire is sort of angry about it. And a lot of this, if you guys are Batman fans, a lot of this is sort of like being pulled from things that have happened to Batman over the years. And
right, yeah,
I was in a meeting about Batman once, and I asked why Child Protective Services was never called on him because he's going out and getting shot at with a 12-year-old kid, and that comes up in this. There's a whole discussion of was the Red Squire just there to was the Red Squire wears sort of like a red fencing tunic. The original one is sort of a red fencing tunic, so he's really bright. And the question is, was he just there to draw fire?
That's the question that often comes up about Robin and Batman, isn't it? It's like, what was Robin there just to draw the fire? Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, and this is
Shaun,
you get to see them like 10, 15 years later, and thinking about this as opposed to, they're all all the Robins are in the Batcave with different identities, and it's like a club. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Just if we're just sitting here and not nodding, or it doesn't look like we're listening, it's because there's just a bit of delay on your audio, but it catches up. I'm interested to see. I really want to see that dialogue between. Here it comes.
No, dude, I used to teach freshmen. I'm used to people just sort of staring at me blankly.
I'm really interested in seeing that dialogue, that banter between the ex-Robins or the Red Squires, and then and how they interact on screen. I think that'll be great, and how they interact with this beat down Twilight. Are you doing anything for his Batmobile?
Well, yeah. I mean, he's still, of a Batmobile is now a broken down 2003 black Ford Mustang.
Nice.
And his Batcave is a leaky basement in a suburban house. It's called the Twy Cloister, and it's a leaky basement in a suburban house with a punching bag, a weight bench, and a bunch of boxes that he sort of says, this used to be much better.
Oh man, I can't wait to see this. So you got 2 weeks to go on the funding on your Kickstarter. It's going really well, and so you have this contest going on right now.
Yeah.
Here.
Yes, and we're actually going to extend it a week right now. Oh, thank you, and tell all your friends. Anybody who
shared it like crazy
before this coming Friday, the 12th, I believe. Oh, thank you so much. Anybody who contributes before Friday the 12th or ups their contribution gets entered in a drawing to get this Superman maquette. This is a staff only maquette. This is mine from when I was the associate producer on the show, and I actually have it here. It's never been out of the box except for me to show it to people like this.
Wow.
Randy Bowen maquette. These things go for. This is the staff one, like I said, not the studio one. These things go for $1,200 to $1,500 on eBay. So there'll be a drawing for that on the 12th. Now it was going to be tomorrow, but we've extended a week.
Okay.
That's great. And that's quite the perk to give to your fans. And I've never heard such a crazy perk on a Kickstarter before, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I hope so. I want this to be. The reason I'm kickstarting this is that I don't want it to be cheap and run off like a fan film. I mean, there's some things about it. There's a lot of talk in here about the costume. One of the things that used to make me, and there's talk in here about what it takes to have a decent superhero costume. Because if you watch, and this came about watching the Val Kilmer documentary on Amazon Prime, where he talks about that he couldn't move and he couldn't even hear. That if they wanted to give him directions when he's in the Batman suit, they had to show him cards. And as much as I loved the Tim Burton Batmans with Michael Keaton, and I think Keaton was brilliant in the part, it cracks me up every time he talks to somebody and he has to go,
yeah,
because he can't move in the suit.
Exactly.
what are Twinight's motivations? Like, what does he have what's his origin story? Or if you don't want to tell that, you want to save that for the show, or what are his motivations that make him want to fight crime and all that? I'm just curious.
I don't think at this point in his life, I don't think he knows anything else. And I think he's lost so much that, he's lost his girlfriend, he's lost his ward, he's lost his son, he's lost his money. And at this point, that's all he has left. Once again, it's like a football player who can't stop. It's like, Marinovich, when he was in the height of his heroin addiction, and he's still trying to play in the World Football League, or Gordie Howe, who just can't stop playing hockey. He just can't stop because that's all his identity is at this point. And I think it speaks a lot, to get serious and get sort of fancy academic stuff. It speaks a lot about, people sort of take their identity from their work, and they don't really have a persona outside of work. And that's why people don't want to give stuff up. God knows I'm that way.
One question I have is this is going to be live action? Is it going to be feature length, or are you planning on making this either a series or multiple movies?
This is a short at this point. I'm hoping to use it to get some decent funding to make a it's going to be a short. The way this was conceived was a sort of a self-contained. It was almost conceived like when I used to write comics. We had to do, every once in a while, you had to do a fill-in script to get ahead in case we had these fill-in scripts in the pocket at DC that in case your penciler ever got bogged down, it was already done. And they would often use that as the last of the series. So it was kind of conceived as that. My favorite TV shows were always the one-off episodes. I've referenced in talking about this. I've talked to a lot of people about. There's an episode of Magnum PI where Magnum goes home and you meet his stepfather for the first time, and you find out why Magnum left to go into the Navy in the first place. And those things always fascinated me when I was a kid. Those were the episodes that I really wanted to see and I really wanted more of, where you had sort of like you were talking before about the drama. It's a more of a personal drama, and the story. The crime story is just sort of there to hold that together, as opposed to sort of a meaningless episode of solving a crime. So that's what
that Magnum PI
this
episode
is
was
the
great.
one-off. This is like, yeah, it was an awesome episode. I remember. I think that might have been the first one I saw. There's another one-off with a KGB agent who's out after a ballerina who's defected. And it's much more of a sort of like sad sort of John Le Carre romance than most Magnums. And I just loved episodes like that. Those were the things that I thought were really fascinating. In a way, in Star Trek, Amok Time is sort of a one-off where we find out more about Spock. It's not about exploring the universe. It's about this dude's 100%. Wacky physiognomy and his family. So that was the stuff I really liked when I was a kid. So this is kind of like that. When I a few years ago, I was talking about writing some more Batman comics, and they were trying to put me in the rotation, and they asked me what I would write. And I said, I would write that he's lost everything and he's got to try and figure out how to be Batman with just a pair of tights. And that idea really appealed to me. Now he's got, the last time I looked at a Batman comic, and God knows, Snyder did some great work on those, but, he's got like 12 people in the Batcave, and he's got eyes all over Gotham, and he's got every sort of gadget in the world. And it's, to me, Batman is a guy who's by himself, who's trying to figure out shit that, Howard Chaykin famously said, we've got 80 years of stories about a guy who had a really crappy day when he was 8.
Yeah. I love that line. Oh, but yeah, I want to
but that's who he is.
Sorry. Yeah, no, there's that way, but I want to see your version of that for sure. I hope they make that happen. I think Tom Taylor right now is doing
they keep on every time
Sorry, go ahead.
You go on. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying that.
Well, they every time I pitch something like that, they say no, that's not what.
You go ahead, Sean. I'll shut up.
It's like a 10-second delay. So
Yeah, well, and I was raised. My father was a Marine Corps drill instructor, so it's always good to have me on a delay because the way he told me he loved me began with F. Whenever I would go in and pitch stuff like that, they would say there's not enough action in it. I pitched a Pinky and the Brain story once where it was supposed to be a parody of Tom and Jerry, where Brain's got the perfect plan to conquer the world, but all he has to do is get out of the lab, and that's the night they've brought a cat into the lab. And basically, it's going to be a cat chasing Brain like Tom and Jerry, and he has to put up with the indignity of being treated like a regular mouse. And but they told me that's not visual enough. And I'm like, there's a guy down the hall named Joe Barbera I don't know how you can tell me this is not visual enough. Every time I go in and pitch something like this, everybody's sort of like, that's not what we do.
Yeah.
Wow. I think the closest they have to that right now is Tom Taylor writing Batman the Detective. I'm not sure if you've read that. It's an older Batman, but he still has lots of money, and he goes to Europe. So, but there's a lot of action. I think that was probably their stipulation. Like it reminds me of John Peters. You need an action beat every 10 pages.
Wow! Congratulations on the first John Peters reference this month.
This month. Oh man, I gotta try work it in every show now. So how did you you started as a production assistant? Did you just pull Spielberg and walk on the lot, or did you apply for people out there that are looking for this?
How did I get the job? How did I get the job as a production assistant?
Yes.
Well, I had already been in comics. I'd written 13 issues of Aquaman. I'd written some Hawkman, and I'd done pitches for a Blackhawk series and a Wildcat series. And I happened to know someone who was a director at Warner Animation, who was directing on the second season of Animaniacs, and he wanted somebody in there to help him run his crew. And I had worked my way through undergraduate as a retail manager back in the days when you could work your way through college, make enough money and be able to work your way through college. So I had management experience, so he kind of sold me as that. So I got in as a production assistant, and then 6 months later I was a production coordinator, and 6 months after that I was the senior production coordinator, overseeing all the people on Animaniacs and Pinky and the Brain, and then the associate producer on, at that time, Superman, got pregnant, and they needed somebody to cover for her on maternity leave, and I went over and became the production manager, and then the associate producer, and then line producer and producer. So I went over in 96. I went over on Superman. It was episode 14. It was the Superman Races the Flash episode that was to work on, and I stayed that crew until the last Justice League Unlimited episode in 2006.
That must have been quite a wild ride. Did in Batman? Sorry, go ahead.
I was the second longest lived employee at Warner. I was the second longest lived employee at Warner Animation.
Wow. So, did you guys know about Terry's heritage and the whole Amanda Waller thing while you're making Batman Beyond?
It depends on when you're talking about. Did we know? The original pitch for Terry that I remember, because I was in the room when they created the character, was that he was going to be half Irish and half Latino. And at some point along the way, when they got to Justice League, they came up with this, Bruce Wayne DNA idea. And the idea that there always needs to be a Batman, which frankly I was not really in favor of, because I think that kind of stuff, while it's really cool, I think it sort of makes that world very small.
Yeah.
And instead of So, but that once again, I don't always have final say.
Right. It's the higher ups. So, just to follow up on that, because I'm just curious about the timeline. So the DNA about Bruce Wayne, I know Sean soundtrack hasn't seen it, so I was trying to be a bit vague, but it's an old show, so sorry, Sean. Spoilers. Older show. So Justice League Unlimited, they had that two-parter that we got the Batman Beyond finish that we didn't get from the series. Did the DNA thing, did you guys come up with that Justice League Unlimited? Or was that already in the works for Batman Beyond and didn't get a chance?
Yeah, it was all for Justice League Unlimited. So there was a change in the business at that time. It used to be 65 was the golden number of episodes for an animated show. And then at some point they decided it was 52. So that's basically 1 year's worth of production gone. So,
is that Jim Lee's fault?
I think there were some. No, Jim Lee.
New 52.
Oh, no! This is way before that. I think this is even. This might be before Wildstorm was purchased by DC. No, it's just an economics thing. This is really boring, so stop me if you want. But it's just an economics of how many episodes you need to run it on a consistent basis. And they decided at some point that it was no longer 65. 65, you have 5 seasons of 13. That basically means you can run it in the afternoon. You can run it Monday through Friday for 13 weeks without a repeat. And then they decided you only needed 4.
Right. So they didn't have it planned out. And you said it was just a strictly Justice League Unlimited thing for the DNA thing. It's like what? Why did they decide to, at the end, there throw in the Batman Beyond? Was it your last chance to finish up that storyline?
We always thought stuff was our last chance, and never wound up being our last chance. I mean, we didn't know that Justice League was going to sell, and Bruce sold that with a phone call. And then, we did, I think, another season of Justice League longer than we had expected to. And we were wondering what we were going to do. And we weren't even finished with Justice League. And they called and asked us for Unlimited. So they wanted to go from 2-part episodes to 1-part episodes. And then they picked that up for a season beyond. And I remember at one point, Bruce and I had kids about the same age. I remember telling them we're going to send our kids through college on Batman. Because it just seemed like we're never going to stop asking for this stuff.
Yeah. You mentioned one-off episodes before. One of my favorite Justice League Unlimited episodes, well, there's a few of them that comes to mind for one-offs, but one is the Booster Gold episode where they call him Green Lantern. Thanks, Green Lantern. And and the other one is, I think it might have been a 2-parter. It was Superman, and he thinks he's on an alien planet, but he's at the end of the world, and he's with Vandal Savage. The Vandal Savage episode one, yeah. But they had a lot of good one-off episodes. But that Booster Gold one was absolutely hilarious. I still reference that all the time.
I like one of the things I liked about that show is that it brought back a lot of humor that I think had sort of been missing for a long time, and that was a lot of the influence of the late great Dwayne McDuffie when he came on as a story editor. We changed story editors, and when we got Dwayne, I think everything was just better. I mean, Dwayne was a light unto the world. He was one of the best people I ever knew.
He is dearly missed. He brought a lot to those productions, and the characters too, and that they stuck with the pop lexicon, pop culture lexicon. Okay, I'll shut up. You guys go.
I was curious. What do you like better? What do you like better? What do you like better with storytelling? Do you like to focus on one central character, or do you like a super group? Because when you deal with a bunch of characters, you have a bunch of different motivations. You deal with one character, that's one thing. What do you prefer, group or single?
Personally, I think, especially for a half-hour show, a single. For an hour-long show, a group, to me, a group dynamic is better. But the half-hour shows, that was one of the reasons why Justice League was two-parters. It was originally pitched as we were going to try and do hour-long episodes, and they broke them into two-parters instead because there were 7 main characters to service. The interesting thing you get in that is you get a group dynamic and you discover things. Like I think the relationship between Green Lantern and the Flash was something that was discovered as the show was going on rather than listening to it. I think they sort of built these characters and then people found out they were fun watching them together because, Green Lantern is such a straight edge, hard going military guy and Flash is sort of an idiot. So, to have that friendship and that relationship develop was really sort of nice and organic to the show. That sort of thing is great when you can get into it. The Booster Gold thing was terrific, but for a half-hour show, I know a lot about entertainment history, and this whole idea that you need to have A plot, B plot, C plot is really within the past 20 years. And if you go back and you look at stuff from even the early 80s, there's one plot, that holds the whole thing together. And I think having the ability to do A plot, B plot, C plot is good, but I don't think it's always absolutely necessary and required for the show.
I agree.
Interesting.
That.
Yeah. What about with one of my favorite animated? I mean, I was always a massive fan of the Batman animated show, but like Batman Beyond for me was something that I watched that I think probably once every year actually. And what I wanted to know was did you know when you were working on that show that you're working on something that especially for Batman fans was going to be really groundbreaking? Did you know what you were basically changing the future of Batman in a certain way? At least that's how I saw it anyway.
No, we thought we were going to get shot. We thought that we thought that they were going to storm the Bastille. So what people don't remember, and looking back on this stuff, it's funny because I was talking about this the other day when we did the new Batman design in World's Finest on the Superman show, which became the design for the new Batman Adventures. People on the internet went crazy. There was one fairly prominent animation person who said Bruce Timm is nuts, and he's gone too far this time, and nobody will ever watch this stuff. So when we got the Batman Beyond, we were that was sort of in the back of the mind, but at the same time, the idea was to push the design even further. One of the things those shows did really well was it looked at what the animation studios, what looked good on television animation. And it didn't try and make them do sort of like Disney recreation of life animation. It looked at what they did well. And so a lot of the design elements took that. And Batman Beyond specifically is really pushed that way. A lot of it under the influence of the art director, Glenn Murakami, just sort of a flat graphic style. And also the idea was that we could possibly do a different kind of storytelling with a little bit more personal stories in it because teenagers are really easy to do stories like that for. It's hard. It's hard to do a feel-good romance with a millionaire playboy who's obsessed with dressing up like a bat. With the kid, it was easier to do that kind of story.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, that redesign worked really well.
Yeah, but we were go
ahead, Sean.
Well, the only thing what I was going to say is that the way the show came about was that Kenner, who had the toy license at the time, wanted some kind of young Batman show. And they had come with the pitch of what if we do a show about Bruce Wayne when he's traveling the world, getting the stuff it's going to be, he's going to need to be Batman. What if we do Bruce Wayne traveling the world and learning how to be Batman, and he has a talking car with him? And I remember Alan Burnett, the lead writer on the show, going, so you want me to do a Batman show with no Batman in it?
Again, that sounds like John Peters saying he doesn't want to see the tights on Superman.
Sounds like Knight Rider to me.
Yeah, I was
gonna
gonna say, it
that.
sounds like
You know, they were obsessed with this talking car thing forever. Like every time they came to us and they wanted something like the show that eventually became The Batman, the show that came after that Mike Gogan and Jeff Matsuda did. At one point, I had worked on the pitch for what became that, and they didn't use any of my stuff. They went in a different direction. But one of the caveats was he has to have a talking car.
That's funny.
That's weird. Oh dear. What about the all the stuff that's going on at the moment? People talking about, so for years, I've heard people talk about how not only did they want a live action Batman Beyond movie or TV show, but also a lot of people wanted Rocksteady to make a Batman Beyond video game. That was something that was on a lot of people's minds for a very long time. They're now doing the Kill the Suicide Squad, which I'm very excited for. But if a live action Batman Beyond series or movie were to be made, I was just wondering whether you would want Michael Keaton to return as Bruce Wayne for that specific show.
Isn't he kind of? I was funny because I was thinking about that today. I recorded 60 Minutes a couple of weeks ago, and they did an interview with Michael Keaton, and they asked him about playing Batman again. And I know he's 70 something, but isn't he a little too vital to play cranky, beat up Bruce Wayne? I mean, seeing him in the trailers for The Flash and seeing him in Spider-Man a few years ago, it's kind of like this guy. I kind of believe this guy can still kick ass if he needs to. He's sort of like Michael Keaton sort of gone in the Liam Neeson school, where I know he's like my dad's age, but I also know that I'm going to say yes sir to everything he says because I don't want to get my ass kicked.
But that might work as well, like a kind of his version of He's a very good actor. I'm pretty sure he could act a bit older than he is.
If you saw him,
brilliant, but
the whole
ahead.
Point of Bruce Wayne and Batman Beyond is that the reason why he needs a new Batman is because he can't do it himself, or he can't even. He's got a cane,
right?
And the fact that he reached for a gun,
right?
That's when he knew it was over. But who would you?
Cast he had a heart attack. He had a heart attack.
Yeah.
When the series was first on the air, there was a lot of talk about doing a Batman Beyond movie. Some director was attached to it, and I can't remember who it was, and I met him, so that's pretty embarrassing. But at one point, they were talking to supposedly they were talking to Clint Eastwood and Paul Newman. And Paul Newman's not with us anymore, but I think if you can get Eastwood to pay attention long enough, I think he'd be great.
I've always said he'd be a great like Dark Knight Returns Batman, or like an old retired Batman. He's got that face and that grimace for it too, and the growl.
Yeah, I was in a meeting, and I was the only one who was pulling for Paul Newman, and they kept asking me why, and I said because he's like the greatest actor of his generation, and I think I think he could pull this off.
I was going to say earlier, Shaun, if you haven't seen The Protege with Maggie Q, Michael Keaton's in it with Sam Jackson and Maggie Q, who was Nikita. And Michael Keaton, that came out this year, he's still kicking ass doing action sequences. Yeah. He's a badass in that movie. It's a fun movie.
Yeah,
he's awesome. I mean, I was not going to go see Spider-Man: Homecoming, and I've got my son. And I went out to the movies one night, and we didn't make it on time for the movie we wanted. And Homecoming was up, and we bought tickets to that. We were the only ones in the theater. It was late in the run. We didn't know anything about it. And first of all, the movie just blew me away because it was like every Spider-Man comic I ever read as a kid come to life exactly the way, even better than the first Sam Raimi movie. And secondly, Keaton he gives a great performance. It's a character who wants things, who needs things, and he scares the crap out of you. in that.
Yeah.
There's the one scene where he turns around in the back seat, and my son and I both, want to leave the theater because we've both faced angry girls' fathers with that sort of expression on their face.
That scene is, I think, hands down my favorite scene in the whole of the MCU. Even though, I mean, Spider-Man is in the MCU. These Spider-Man films are in the MCU. But it was, I don't know what it was about that scene. It was his acting and also the lighting. It was because at the time he stops in the car and the traffic light goes from red to green, and it's his realization of who Peter Parker really is. Honestly, that scene hands down is my favorite. It gave me chills, and I was in a press screening for that, and everyone gasped at that moment. Like the moment he opens the door as well, when Peter Parker goes in and it's him. Brilliant.
Yeah, well, the brilliant thing about that scene, and it's the thing that really attracted me to Spider-Man, and the thing I sort of wished had been more in Batman Beyond. Everybody has been in a relationship. Everybody has had to meet your other part's parents, and it's always a crappy experience. You're always terrified going in, even if you wind up having the best relationship in the world later on. It's terrifying. So everybody can relate to that scene, and it's a very real, very grounded scene that comes from reality, but it's heightened because of who these characters are in the movie, and it's just great writing and great conception. And I used to teach theater, and I talked to my mentor as a teacher, and we were talking about his performance in The Founder, and I said it's gotten to the point to where he shows up and people should just give him a statue because he's just going to knock it out. He's going to knock it out of the park every time. There's going to be no question about that.
There was a movie that he was in recently, Michael Keaton, that was really good. It was the Aaron Sorkin film, The Trial of the Chicago 7, I think it's called. And he comes up.
Yeah, he's got a small part, and he's got a small part, and once he walks on the screen, it's kind of like, oh, you've got a cute movie here. It's mine now. See you later.
Yeah.
It's like that in Out of Sight by Soderbergh. He plays that.
Yeah.
And Jackie Brown too, same character.
I just want to mention one more Michael Keaton role was in The Other Guys when they're having the silent fight and he just comes in and it's just such a good scene, and he's so brilliant in that, and they're all whispering in that scene. I love that scene so much. Anyway, that's enough Michael Keaton love.
Well, here I'll tell you one last Michael Keaton story. At the Warner Brothers lot every year, they had a big sale of like props and stuff that they were going to get rid of. And if you were an employee, you could go and you could buy this stuff. And one of the things they were selling one year were a bunch of the molds of Michael Keaton's body they'd made to cast the Batman suits around it. So for a while, if you came to the animation offices, every corner you turned around had a mold of Michael Keaton's torso hanging there.
Oh dear.
Awesome.
Anyway, James, do you have a question? Anyone else have a question? Yeah.
I was going to ask you have a very you know a lot about scripts and you're talking about ABC plots and things like that. Do you have any suggestions, just vague suggestions for people that are writing and how to become better and what to keep in mind when you're trying to write a good script and to make people understand storytelling a little bit? You have any advice? Just since you're a seasoned guy who's been an academic.
Well, my day job now is that I'm a script analyst for studios in Hollywood. They send I basically give notes on scripts all day long now. The most important thing is structure, right? Screenplay is structure. Act A is a certain length, Act B2 is a certain length, Act 3 is a certain length. You can change that a little bit, but you can't change it too much. Otherwise, you no longer have a Western narrative film. It becomes sort of an experimental film. And one of the things I see people doing all the time is that they want to have this long expositionary piece at the beginning and explain who everybody is and who everybody comes from, where they come from, and all this. And that just is not the way to go. Get your story going and fill us in along the way as to what these people are.
Show, don't tell.
The second thing is start a scene in the middle. Yep, I'm getting to that. Yeah, that's it. But start the scene in the middle. Don't we can assume that people said hello and that they came in the door. If you watch silent films or you watch films from the early days, they can't just show someone leaving a house and walking into another building. You see Buster Keaton leave a house, he walks down the block, he gets in his car, he starts the car, he drives for a while, he pulls, he parks, he gets out of the car, he walks in the building, he gets in the elevator and goes up. We don't need that anymore. We understand how editing works. So just get to the scene, get to the part that's important. Start the scene in the middle. And the most important thing is show, don't tell. You're not writing a novel. Don't give us tons of atmosphere. Don't use lots of similes. Don't use lots of prose to tell us. Don't tell us how people think or what they're feeling. Show us by what they do. I see scripts every day with people writing just these big blocks of prose of how he feels and why he feels that way and what he's doing and what the sun looks like and what kind of. I literally had one this week, like what kind of nap was on the carpet. No, that's literary writing. That's a novel. That's a short story. That sort of thing. You can trust them.
Awesome, thank you.
That's awesome, man. Yeah,
I think if we're going to talk about like, go on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to say a good example of what you were talking like about a movie that was done in a way that they literally wanted to show you every single character before the movie started was Suicide Squad, and I know that's probably not a result of bad writing, more bad editing, I think in that sense. But that was really stood out to me when I was watching that, going, what the hell is going on in this movie? This started 5 times already.
Well, that's what happens when you give
that kind of thing
to a trailer company to edit.
Yeah.
That I would blame on the studio. I've been in enough meetings knowing how the studio gets involved with things and says, well, we're afraid people aren't going to know who this weasel person is. And, the audience will 9 times out of 10 go along with it. But, the notes on Static Shock once, I sat in Dwayne McDuffie's office while he literally 5-minute conversation with a studio person about whether or not a manhole cover was too heavy that Static could make it fly. Okay, we've got a kid with electric powers and you're worried about whether it's too heavy or not. First of all, let's start with he can make it fly.
Yeah. Oh man.
Do you okay, so studio interference. Have you seen Joss Whedon's Justice League, and have you seen Zack Snyder's Justice League? And if so, what do you think of them?
I have not. I am not a Zack Snyder fan.
Ooh. I don't think anyone we've had on the show.
Not necessarily his superhero stuff, but from his oeuvre, I think he has the best publicist in the world. I mean, every time I open Facebook, there's some article about what Zack Snyder didn't do, which kind of astonishes me that people care about, what he didn't do or what he was going to do or what he thought about doing once while he was taking a crap. I've never seen anybody have that sort of publicity reach. I think he makes every obvious choice there is. I don't think he casts particularly well. Affleck being an exception. I don't think he sees beyond the surface of a character, and I think he's in the old studio days of Hollywood. He would have been a great second unit director. He would have been the guy sent off to do the action stuff while the director worked with the main actors on the real scenes. Sometimes his stuff is beautiful, but I own 300 and I've probably watched it 10 times just trying to figure out what everybody thought was so great about it beyond the look of it. I mean, the patina of it and the look of it is really amazing. But everything else is just every obvious choice. It's what every high school boy would have done if they had the chance.
I mean, I do get that. To be fair, like it's I do sometimes with Snyder. I do think it's more style over substance. I do. I mean,
thirst.
I did watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I did think it was a lot better than the Joss Whedon version. But then again, it was 4 hours long, so it was twice the length. So.
Right, who needs a 4 hour? I mean, I haven't gone to see No Time to Die because I don't think I need a Bond movie that long. I certainly don't need a Justice League movie that's 4 hours long.
Yeah.
Have you watched any of Titans or Doom Patrol?
No, I'm interested in Doom Patrol, but I just have not had the time to watch it. I have it on HBO Max now. Doom Patrol is a particular favorite of mine. So I grew up in a house. I was a late child in my family, and I had two much older brothers. And there was a big box of comics, and among those were some really old Doom Patrol comics that for some reason I really, really liked a lot. So all through like high school and college, I collected a run of the original Doom Patrol. So,
nice.
And then I got really excited when they revived it, the Grant Morrison revival. So I'm leery of it just because I'm so close to it. It was really one of my Doom Patrol is probably number 4 in my favorite. So as a kid, it was Aquaman, Captain America, Luke Cage, and Doom Patrol were it for me.
Nice. That's a good list. Doom Patrol is life. Do yourself a favor and check out Doom Patrol. It's they do borrow from the Morrison run, but it's kind of its own beast. But it's an absolutely fantastic show. I don't think it's being watched enough.
No.
And the writing and the dialogue is just fantastic. I think you'd really enjoy it.
It's
Clint.
great.
I'll give it a shot.
Characters in Doom Patrol are fantastic, and it's not like a CW show or something like that where this is like they actually get deep with the characters, and you really feel and like their flaws, and they're great. It's smart writing. This is like the smartest TV comic book show I've ever seen.
The original comic was like that. I mean, the comic from the 60s was, when you go back and you look at it, it's like, how is this thing going on at DC at this time? Because these were people like who are wacky but have problems. I mean, you've got a character who changes into animals, and you've got a bad guy named Mentallo, who's his foster father, who wears a big helmet that changes people's mind. And even the characters in the book are walking around going, he's dangerous, but this is really ridiculous.
Yeah. They're just a bunch of misfits, and it's like Clint was saying, it's really introspective, and the characters, what they do, and then their dialogue is their motivations really portrays their actions. It's really refreshing, unlike Titans.
Fuck Batman. No!
I have to get that in there.
Dude, Titans is the opposite, man. Titans, me and James talked about Titans is like they didn't have a script, and they just said, okay, guys, we need to. We're gonna. You guys are mad at each other, and you need to have a quick argument, and then you're gonna agree, and then you're gonna go rescue Red Hood. Okay, go. And then they just make up some shit. It's like there was no script. It's pretty funny. But Doom Patrol, you'll really love Brendan Fraser's character. He's the best.
Yeah.
I think he's
it's funny.
Terrific. He's got a great second act in his career going now.
Yeah,
he's just tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
Titans looks like they went to a 1990s Abercrombie and Fitch casting call and hired from that.
Yeah. Vince had a good point that another group that reminded me of them was Metal Men. I had the same thought too. Yeah. Especially with the dynamic of the characters.
My brothers had some of these. There was a run of Metal Men in the 60s where they were outlawed, and they had these plastic masks so they could pretend to be human. Do you know about this?
Yeah. Well, let me find that.
It was about the same time that Wonder Woman lost his powers, and the Metal Men are on the run. And those were the first Metal Men comics I saw. And the thing was that they couldn't fix the mask. So if one got a rip, they had to figure out like how to work around it. And as a little kid, that just fascinated me.
Oh man, that sounds good. I have a question for you, Shaun. If you were to work on or get to work on like an animated Marvel property, which property would you want to do? Would you like? They've made a lot of animated Marvel shows in the past, like X-Men and Spider-Man. But who would you want to get your hands on? Which character?
I was interviewed for Ultimate Spider-Man, and I was really looking forward to that because I wanted to do some straight adaptations of the 70s stuff, like with Hammerhead and Doc Ock and things like that, where Doc Ock married Aunt May and things like that. I think right now in my life, I would go pretty far afield and maybe pick something a little weirder, like Omega the Unknown, or I would really kind of like to do Strike Force Morituri, or I don't know what they're doing with Nova Corps, but I really kind of like the first run of Nova, which sort of like the opposite of Spider-Man. I think that was part of it, which was like, what if Flash Thompson got superpowers? Yeah, and that would seem like a lot of fun to me.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah, we should try and get that. We should try and get that trending, and then get you involved. Because I mean, we do know that Marvel is starting to ramp up their animation side of things with What If and things like that. And we know that they're doing lots more shows that are going to be animated, all going onto Disney Plus. So it's something they could explore. So you should pitch it.
Yeah, there's some big changes going on over there, from what I understand. They're trying. From what I understand, they're trying to bring everything more under one umbrella rather than having TVs over here and film is over here.
Yeah, and it works. I think it works a lot better because one of the problems that it seems that's going on with DC at the moment is it's a bit too truncated. There are too many cooks in the kitchen and too many different. It's all seems to be sectioned off, and no one's really talking to one another. And then you end up with what is fundamentally a bit of a mess. I mean, if we were to look at DC fandom, I think we spoke about this on a previous stream, I think, Clint and James. I thought it was really disappointing, that event, because I'm a massive DC fan, and I just want to see some interesting stuff come from them. And literally all that I found interesting was the Batman stuff. And I think everything else they're doing is kind of middle of the road, apart from Doom Patrol. There's not much else going on that is really that I'm that excited by. I don't know if that's how you feel about it, having worked at DC for quite some time. Warner Brothers.
I think they never really understand what they've got. My experience there always was that it's, when I moved out of Los Angeles and people asked me what it was like working in the movie industry, I always described Warner Brothers as being like Imperial Japan. It's Warner Brothers is supposed to be this huge sort of like conglomerate with lots of synergy, and the parts all work together, and everything's going to come out. And what it really happens is that you have all these individual divisions, and they're all fighting each other to prove that they're the better one to make themselves look good. So it's like all the shoguns fighting to make themselves look good for the emperor, right? So nobody, in my experience, it was very little working together. It was a lot of working at cross purposes and people trying to grab their share of the pie. As opposed to help the entire company. Nobody was interested in the entire corporation doing better. They were interested about their division doing better.
What do you think of the? Sorry, go ahead, Edward.
Well, I was just saying, it seems as though it's still like that now. Like, from what I've heard from inside Warner Brothers, there are some articles up on small screen if you want to read them. It seems as though it's still like that. It's still very no one's talking to one another. No one seems to care what the other person is doing. They just care about what they're doing.
If you listen to Frank Zappa in the 80s, like, he was saying the exact same thing. Yeah, right.
If you were listening to Clint Baker, you would know the same. I was signed to Columbia Records and a band back in the early 2000s. It's the same thing. Everybody's worried about their own project, and it's ridiculous. Like, and I see stuff like this when I hear stories about Warner Brothers and try to imagine why certain things happened. For instance, Fandom, they had the trailer for the new season of the preview for the new season of The Flash that came out like 2 days after Fandom. Why didn't they show that during DC Fandom? That's because nobody cared about what this guy in this department was doing. They were worried about their Flash. You know what I mean? And so, and it's sad and interesting to watch.
Yeah, well, you know, the sad thing is, like, so I started there in 1994, and the year the WB, which is now the CW, premiered, was the same year that ER and Friends premiered on NBC, and they were both Warner Brothers shows. And the thing was that those shows had never even been offered to the WB. So why are you making shows you're not even offering them to your own network, and they go on NBC and they become like touch point hits for the generation? You know, well, why do we want to? We don't, you know. So, and literally the hilarious part was that television and WB were literally in offices right next to each other.
Wow.
Oh man, I still watch Friends to this day as well. So it's like that's madness. It's just you look at what's going on, you can't help but think who's running this and why don't
we know?
And I do think that moving forward, there's more opportunities for us to do things like this. And really, it at the end of the day, it's about the fans, and I think the fans want to see it, and it gives us a way to sort of explore maybe some different stories and different ideas. And
cut that guy off.
That's who's running it. That's who's running it.
Oh dear. Yeah, but it's something. It's very upsetting because you look at how Marvel Studios, because they were doing that for quite some time with their TV stuff as well. Like that was very much a separate entity, and then of course that resulted in what was that show that you were talking about, James, being released?
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
No, the terrible one that you were talking about.
Inhumans.
That's it.
Yeah.
So that resulted in Humans coming out, and of course that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm pretty sure once that was released, they thought, like, Feige was like, no, we need to stop this shit. we need to bring everything together under my control.
This is making us all look bad.
Yeah, basically.
Why would you rush a show out in 6 weeks to make an IMAX release date? Like, you know that, like, IMAX called them up and said, "Hey, you guys got anything to go out at this date?" And they're like, "Yeah, we'll put something together."
Yeah.
But Inhumans had been in the works for years.
Yeah, it had.
Oh,
been. And they
yeah,
wanted
in
to
the
make a
works, but
movie.
not ready to go to production. Not ready to go to production. That's for sure. And then be filmed in 6 weeks. Like, wow. And like Scott Buck too.
If you look at everything Marvel has, literally, if you think about like storytelling, why would you pick Inhumans? It's never been particularly successful in its own title. I like the Inhumans, you know, but I like them mostly as a part of Fantastic Four. It's never been successful in its own title. And what's the story? You know, what's the story of the Inhumans? You know, how do you? I mean, I read like 2 issues of Eternals, and I can tell you that story much better than I can tell you Inhumans. And I've read a buttload of Inhumans comics.
It's because Marvel didn't have the rights to the mutants, so they're trying to make the Inhumans their own mutants. That's what they were doing, and that was their back door into getting some of the X-Men properties on screen, unfortunately. So
I'll try and describe Inhumans. A bunch of mutants that you can't call mutants go to the moon. There's a big dog and one guy that can't speak. Your lead character is a guy that can't speak. It's like, what is this show?
Maybe we would have learned about it in the Roger Corman Fantastic Four if that had ever been released.
Yeah.
No?
Oh, I've seen it. Have you not seen it?
No. I was just kidding.
I've seen it.
I saw the first episode. I saw the first episode. I was invited to the IMAX premiere in London, and we all came out afterwards going, "What the hell did we just watch?" Because I think that was like the first 2 episodes or maybe 3 episodes. It was the first couple of episodes they just put together, and then it ended at a point, and you could see if you watched the series.
Hey, Edward. We're not going to get too far into Inhumans right now. We know this, right?
We're planning another talk.
It was 2 episodes, but it felt like 3.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Sean, Roger Corman's Fantastic Four was the best bootleg to find at every comic convention you could ever go to. Like that's where I found so many copies of that. You know, it's always a treat. That
for me, the best bootleg the best bootleg at a comic convention for me was the original Green Hornet series from the '60s. That was my favorite. But I agree.
That's
nice,
good. That's a good
nice.
one. Yeah, I never got to see
I wanted to ask you, what do you think of the current state of the Warner Brother animated movies that they've been putting out? Not just Injustice.
I kind of don't get
they
it.
changed the art style, but like the art style of the previous ones before Injustice. Like they started with
Batman
like Justice League
Ninja.
War and stuff like that.
I kind of don't understand this sort of fake anime thing that they're doing. And I don't know why they went there, other than it might be some sort of marketing idea. I think that if you're going to do an anime style, just hire a Japanese studio and walk away from it.
Yeah.
This seems to be, neither one nor the other, and it doesn't. The Japanese sort of style of telling a story is very different, and it might be interesting to see. I think they did a Batman thing where they just gave it to a bunch of studios
Gotham Knights,
and let them do it like they did the Star Wars thing recently. Yeah, but I don't understand this sort of why do you adapt The Killing Joke and not make it look like as much like Brian Boland as you can? Why do you adapt Dark Knight Returns and not make it look as much like, that Frank Miller stuff from Dark Knight Returns is pretty animatable, as we proved when we did it. We did a third of an episode like that. Why not make it look like that? Why do you feel like you have to change it? Why are you even bothering to adapt it then? That's, my big thing always is let the thing be what the thing is. Don't try and push it into another hole. Yes, you have to make some changes to turn it into a different medium, but let the thing be what the thing is. And these just don't look that good to me. And the animation all looks like it's on like 3s. We used to go on 2s, but I was watching something the other day, and it's like somebody's throwing a punch, and it's like, and it's driving me crazy. It's the only thing that's worse. The only thing that's just like on a level with that to me is like, What If, which I really want to watch the stories, but everybody is always talking like this to prove that we are animated.
Yeah, I did like the animation in What If much more than than the stuff that's been coming out of Warner Brothers Animation recently. I thought Batman Ninja was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, and Batman Gotham Knight as well.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. It's not, we had a series. Bruce Timm, God bless him, came up with a lot of rules and a lot of things that we would look at, and there were a bunch of us that did it, and you looked at what was coming back, what was good and what wasn't. All right, let's ask them to do more of what's good, and let's ask for less of what isn't working. And that really was sort of like a breakthrough in animation. And now it seems like they've just like forgotten all that. Let's ask them to try and do full animation on a television budget.
James, I think is it me or is it you who's my?
They've got like a weird texture matte over top of the animation. In the new animated films, for some reason, it's like I don't understand why they do that. And you mentioned you worked on the third of the Dark Knight episode. So was that Legends of the Dark Knight for?
Yes.
Yeah. Which one did you work on?
The whole thing. I was the associate producer.
Right. Okay. Sorry, you said a third. So this is kind of like a big moment for me here now. I'm kind of like sitting here in glee. Who came up with that Joel Schumacher character line?
I don't remember. It could have been anyone. It could have been anyone.
That's one of my favorite. Well, the fact that you guys put that in there, I was just absolutely laughing. He's got cars that can drive up walls. It was great. That's one of my favorite episodes. And did you notice the change in production from when you guys stopped? I think it was at the end of Batman, or maybe. You guys used a North American animation firm for most of the animation, right? As opposed to overseas?
No, pre-production was done in the U.S. Except for some of the Superman and New Batman Superman Adventures. Some of the pre-production for those was done in Japan, but most of the actual animation. So pre-production is character design, background paint, storyboard, and timing. And then it's sent overseas for actual animation. And it was split between Japan but mostly Korea. As we went on, it was more and more Korea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It seems as though more and more people are using Korean animators now. I think was Invincible or Korean animators? I'm not sure about that actually.
Probably. I mean,
you might know. Yeah.
It's not cost effective to animate in the States anymore. You can more now than you could in 2006. Like things like Archer is animated in the U.S. South Park is animated in the U.S., but I believe those are non-union shops. And the difference is that the Korean studios can pay people by the foot, for per foot of animation. And in the States, you have to pay them an hourly rate. And it makes a difference. It doesn't, they used to talk, when I first started, they used to talk about, those sweatshops in Korea. Well, those sweatshops have people that are making $80,000, $90,000 a year US, but they're just getting paid by the foot rather than by the a weekly salary. And I think Archer is a non-union shop because they're in Atlanta, but I'm not sure.
That's interesting. Because I think animation-wise, I think we spoke about it on the show before. And I don't know if you've seen Invincible, Shaun, but that was something to me where the animation was a bit lacking. I think we all agreed on that. I agree. But there was something about the story that just made you not really care so much about it. I think that was what was important in that show.
I didn't like the animation because as important as the 90s X-Men series was to me in the 90s, I don't think that's what I would hold up as an example of great quality animation at this point. It looked like it was very self-consciously trying to emulate the 90s X-Men show.
They use a lot of Hanna-Barbera tricks too, of just still images around in the backgrounds going back and forth.
Well, everybody does, because Hanna-Barbera invented that stuff. They were, everybody thought you could not do new animation for television on a weekly schedule until Bill and Joe figured out how to do it.
Yep.
I'd tell you the story about the first time I met Joe Barbera, but I don't think I can repeat the words he said to me. Here.
Oh, well, can you tell me later? I studied animation before I went to film school. I studied animation for like a decade. That's what I was really wanting to be. But then I realized I didn't want to do backgrounds for Walt Disney, and I really like putting up my own stuff. So like I never joined.
And now you can do that. Now that's so much easier now.
Yeah, it is.
And speaking of which, Twilight.
Twilight, guys, go jump on that. Support Shaun.
Oh, here we go. Where'd it go?
There we go.
There it is.
I'll put the link in the description.
Yeah, please. We're getting close, and it's going to be really good. I mean, we've got a bunch of people who are very excited about being a part of this, and it's going to be a different kind of superhero movie. It's going to be so many parodies and satires of superhero movies are made by people who really don't know superheroes, and we do. And it's not only is it a satire, but we care a lot about the genre and we care about the storytelling. So it's more of a loving parody, and as it says, it's a funny, sad story.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. It's great that we're in this. It's one of the good things about the internet in the 21st century. Not like the bickering and on Twitter and stuff, but the fact that we have creators that. Yeah, it's the fact that we have creators that can go and they can get in touch with their supporters and their fans and then make their own passion projects. I think that's really excellent, and we're seeing an a new wave of a new wave of creative product. I'm not going to say content, Clint. Don't worry. A new wave of creative product that I really hope we get to see more of this. And doing a short film like this it's a great idea. And I hope you can turn it into a series or even a feature. I'm really interested in. So what's the next step once you're funded? Do you have a preliminary start date to start production?
We'll shoot in December and January.
Nice. That quick, eh? Nice.
And then go into editing and hopefully have it ready in March or April. So
Awesome.
this one is going to go to. If you look at the way this is, tell me if I'm getting too college professory and getting on my high horse. But in the days of studios, if you planned a movie out, you could shoot it in 10 to 14 days. Like The Thin Man, one of the classic movies of all time, was shot in 14 days flat and was released 2 months later. You don't need to spend 6 months shooting a movie. And the reason they do that is because they're shooting it from every conceivable angle and then assembling it in the editing room. And there's really no reason for that. It's a waste, and it takes money, and it sucks the life out of actors.
Don't spray the money hose.
I did it when, and I don't have a money hose to spray, believe me. After I left Warner's, I did an independent movie called Gene Fusion, and I learned a lot about the problems with distribution and what it can take to do that. So this is set to be a festival film. This isn't set to try and be a wide release film or anything like that. So I want to try that path and see how that goes. Because Gene Fusion was a pretty good movie, and it was really difficult to get people, distributors, to take it seriously.
Yeah, so that's a much better idea, doing it that way. I have been involved in one independent short movie. I was very bad in it. I was an actor, but it did get a bit of more traction with the director on the festival circuit than it did his first movie, which he released. He did a wider release of, and literally no one saw. So don't go looking for this movie. I'm not going to tell you the name of it because I'm terrible in it. And but he did win a few awards with it somehow, even though my performance in it was dreadful. But it seems like that's a much better way of doing it than trying to get a wider release, because that's really difficult nowadays. It requires a lot of money as well.
And if you go into a studio, and because believe me, I know this, if you go in and you pitch, I want to do a superhero movie, but I want it to be more about the character of the superhero and not about the action. They're like, ooh, you can't do that. Yeah. That's crazy talk. Nobody's going to want to see that.
Yeah. I love that kind of character, though. Like that.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, just like I said, like Kenny Powers is like Johnny from Cobra Kai. If you watch Cobra Kai 2, it's like it's like around his struggle and the internal. You can see for such a corny show, though, he's dealing with a lot of like emotion and a lot of struggle with everyday stuff, and it makes you it's endearing. It makes you like fall in love with the character. And Johnny's supposed to be the bad guy, but he's such a loser who's just trying to pull himself out of the shit that it's like it's a fun character to watch. I'm very stoked to see this stuff, and also hopefully your two $5,000 slots get picked up from this thing.
I've had one guy sniffing around the $5,000 slot, and I wish he'd stop sniffing and use his credit card. But there's been one person interested in that. Cobra Kai is brilliant because it's about two guys who have refused to grow up, and they're stuck in their teenagerhood, and everybody around them knows it and calls them out on it all the time. And so it's not holding those two up to be like examples of heroes. They're both pretty clearly jerks, but they let the story run that way.
Well, one question I have for you, Shaun, is: are you hoping that people are going to call Robert Pattinson's Batman Twilight?
No, I hope they have a lot of success with that. But for me, one of the reasons I'm making this is because, in a way, hasn't every Batman movie for the past 30 years been the same movie over and over again? Like it's I was a guy who picked up Dark Knight Returns and it was like a light bulb went on, but now it's almost 40 years later and like we've had enough from superheroes. It's time to do something else.
I think we're going to get more of that, judging by the plot synopsis. He's full of rage.
Yeah, I know. I also wish that somebody would I hope that every time anybody playing Batman opens their mouth, that they give Kevin Conroy like $1,000 because everybody's grabbed that sort of like Bruce Wayne talks like this and Batman talks like this stuff.
That's true.
It's
Kevin
from him. It just seems like it's the same movie. Don't get me started on the Nolan movies, because to me, once you put Batman in armor, he's not Batman anymore. When Batman Begins came out, I thought it was the best Iron Man movie ever made, and then they made Iron Man.
It's like, fuck it,
we were talking earlier about the Eternals and like it not being like the comic. Does anybody remember how different Iron Man was from all of the Iron Man on before? And
oh yeah,
there were people who were like angry about it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay, sure. Yeah. You mentioned like the design of the animation, and there was like a lot of lashback. What's the word I'm looking for? Anyways.
Kickback. There was a lot of blowback on it. Yeah. People were really when we went to the designs for the new Batman Adventures, people before it came out, people were like, "Oh, they've gone too far. People will never watch this.
Like
it's
that
too
with
flat and graphic."
It's like that with every new property. Like when the Next Generation cast was announced, and they're like, "Oh, this is not my Kirk. This is not my Spock." Michael Keaton, when he was announced to play Batman, Tim Burton's Batman, everyone was freaking out, but the internet didn't exist back then, so it wasn't
Ben
as vocal.
Affleck as well, Robert Pattinson. They all freak out.
Yeah.
Affleck
to me, Affleck made perfect sense. I didn't understand people getting upset about Affleck. That made sense. Michael Keaton, I was kind of like, and then I saw the movie, and he was the thing I really liked about the movie.
Yeah, I mean,
if you've seen Argo, then you knew.
Yeah.
Then you knew Affleck was going to be great because he's playing a duo personality in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on.
I was just going to say, that's what everybody says. They're like, oh, they just keep making these same stories over and over and over again. But if you switch it up and try to do something different, then all hell breaks loose, is all I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's true.
Right. And the studio they're comfortable with that. I mean, I used to be, Warner's has these things called Batman Summits. And they're every quarter we would have to go, and it would be all the people who are involved at Warner Brothers in Batman. And then once a year they would do a huge one where they would invite everybody who worked at Warner Brothers and all the Warner Brothers divisions, plus all the licensors. So they would take up, like at one point they would take up a whole soundstage for these meetings, and they would always talk about what was happening and what they were excited about. And I remember the head of the studio getting up and doing a speech once and saying that it was right after The Matrix had come out, and it was after Batman and Robin. And he said, well, Batman and Robin did not perform up to expectations, but with The Matrix, we've developed some great proprietary special effects, and we think that will really stand us in good stead when we do our next Batman movie. And I turned to the guy sitting next to me, we were eating lunch. I turned to the guy sitting next to me and said, are we going to do something about a script this time?
Right.
5 minutes later, somebody came over and handed me a note that said, you're needed back at the studio. So I left. I got in my car. I drove back to the studio. We were in the Warner's lot in Burbank, and at that time the animation studio was in Sherman Oaks. I drove back to the studio, and I walked in, and I said to my secretary, what's up? And he goes, I thought you were gone all day. And I said, yeah, but I said you guys needed me back. And they were like, no. So they just given me a note to get rid of me, to get me out because I wasn't going by the party line.
Oh wow.
That's crazy. That does not
Wow.
surprise me one bit. That's nuts.
Yeah,
Well.
I don't. I always wanted to be part of those or just to go and witness those Batman summits. Like with Denny O'Neil and everyone there. Who did you work with when you were writing at DC Comics? Who was the editor there?
Kevin Dooley.
Oh, nice.
No, it wasn't. We did not get along. No.
Did they ever encourage you guys to change the costumes or anything a little bit, just so that they could put new action figures out or anything like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why do you think Superman had a spacesuit?
Right.
Yeah, there was. They wanted certain things. There was, especially with Superman, it was like we need vehicles. Superman has to have a car. Superman has to have a spaceship. Batman Beyond, the Batmobile was a really big deal to get that. Justice League was the Javelin 7 and the Watchtower, which we found out later that the big toys at that time did not sell that well. So like the big Batcave play sets and the big vehicles, the Javelin 7 had to fit several action figures. The price point was too high and they were too big. I mean, my son was just about the right age. So I had, as a matter of fact, he was just talking the other day that he got rid of his Justice League satellite because it was too big and there were too many parts and they kept going missing.
Blasphemy.
We still have a lot. Believe me, I have boxes. We had a flood in July, so I lost some stuff. But I have boxes and boxes of stuff in the basement from when I cleaned out my office at Warner. So I got a bunch. I was going through artwork the other day. I've got stuff here like this. I've got this cell from Legends of the Dark Knight.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, so I'll give you a call tomorrow and we can talk about all the stuff you have in storage.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind.
Well, I'm moving again, so.
Oh, good. I'll send you my life savings. You send me everything.
That's why we're offering this. That's one less thing to pack.
And you can win that. All you got to do is back this great Kickstarter called The Last of Twilight. The Twilight.
Last night of the Twilight.
Yep. Don't worry, I mumble a lot. My apologies. I'm reading too here. It's very rare because it's a production action figure. It's not the one that you would buy in stores. So there's only a few of them made.
Yeah.
The Last Night of the Twilight. How's that, boys? Is that better?
Well done.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Do I deserve an applause for that?
Call it, Sanchez, or you'll get a knuckle supper.
Oh yeah.
Right. Do we have any more questions, or shall we? Because it's 1:30 for me.
Yeah. It's Shaun. Thanks so much, man, for taking time to talk to us about all this. This conversation's fascinating. Everything from just hearing the behind the scenes at Warner Brothers to storytelling and characters and scripts and all of this. This is really fun. I like to get on and talk on this show and like hear myself talk all the time. And sometimes when we have a guest, I'm like, who's the guest? And I forgot we were having you on today. And I had a great time so far. This has been fantastic, dude. So thanks so much.
Well, thank you. I really did enjoy listening to what you guys had to say earlier about the movie, and it's really is nice to hear discussion at that level about these movies. Beyond, it was just cool, and the costumes suck.
I think it's more that level, somewhere down here.
I think you give us too much credit, but thank you so much, Shaun. That's a great compliment. It's been thank you for coming. It's been really hard not to kick out Edward and Clint because I've been an animation junkie since I was a kid, and like all the behind the scenes stuff of Batman the Animated Series and Justice League Unlimited and Batman Beyond.
You could have done that before, James. James, you could have said, "Look, Clint, Edward, I don't want you guys on the show tonight. I just want it to be me and Shaun. We'll have a little love fest about animation."
So, Shaun,
it's half one for Edward. The dude's got to get some sleep.
I kicked him out. Now it's just you and me. We're just going to talk about everything now.
I was all ready just watch.
Well, hopefully we'll have you on again, Shaun, because this has been a blast. And yeah,
I'm even when I'm not pimping something, I'm happy to talk. You guys asked great questions, and it was interesting.
Excellent. Thank you so
You're
much.
Thank you so much, guys.
first guest to
I
take
appreciate the time and the help.
Anytime.
Really?
You want to
Well,
come on?
they're wrong.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you,
we'll
guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
no
Shaun.
problem. Thank you,
Thank
Shaun.
you, Shaun. All right.
Guys, everybody at home, go support Shaun's project, please. The last
Do
night
it.
of
That Kickstarter
Twilight.
link.
That's
Do
right.
it now.
Do it now.
Just there we go. That that was wonderful. The delay was a bit hard at some points because we just had to be like, but it was good. It was really cool talking to him.
Super cool.
Yeah, I hope you guys all liked it and watching the 12 of you.
Yeah,
It's the replay crew, man. It's the replay crew.
That's right.
Yeah. Dan's just seen Eternals. He's desperate to talk about it, but no.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Have you seen Army of?
Call it, Sanchez, or you'll get a knuckle supper.
What's that?
Has anyone here seen Army of Thieves?
Wow.
I've seen Army of Thieves.
I've
you,
seen
James?
Army of Thieves.
Army of Thieves.
I just did I still have my notes in here somewhere. I just did a show on it Tuesday. Army of Thieves versus Army of the Dead versus Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah.
It's
So
good.
everyone go watch that. And do you guys want to wrap it up then?
Yeah.
Or you,
Are you
were saying
trying
how
to-
late it is there?
Yeah, or are you trying to talk about Army of Thieves?
Me, I just wanted to know because I haven't had the chance to speak about it with anybody, you know. So I was like, "What did you guys think of it?" Very quickly.
Yeah, okay.
Where do you want to go?
No, go ahead, Clint.
I loved it. What else did you
Here we
think?
go.
What else
Here we
did you
go.
think I was going to say? Really? Did you think I was going to say anything? I love that it was a heist film. I thought it was going to be more of a zombies are going to be. Spoiler alert: there are zombies in it. But I thought it was going to be more zombie based, and it wasn't. This was more of a heist film, and I really like seeing the origin of the character of Sebastian, who becomes Dieter. I thought he was one of my favorite characters in Army of the Dead, and he was fantastic in this. And the whole thing, I forgot her name because I don't have my notes in front of me, but the actress who is Khaleesi's right hand lady in
Emmanuel.
In what? Yeah, what's her name?
Forget her name. I need to.
In Game of Thrones, I couldn't say that. I think I'm stroking out right now. But she was fantastic. The young man's Hugh Jackman, he was fantastic in that. I don't
think he acted very well.
I mean, his job was to be a meathead. I think he played the part perfectly. He was not supposed to be a sharp, charismatic character.
Someone said that he should be the new Wolverine because he looks like Hugh Jackman. I don't think he's got.
I think he could be Wolverine. He is 6'2", and when that was brought up, then I thought, oh yeah, Hugh Jackman's 6'3", so he definitely could, and he's jacked up enough to be Wolverine. I'd have to see some of his
acting ability.
So I'm trying to finish my sentence and say I need to see his acting chops in another film to know if he was just playing a jocular action wannabe or if he is actually a good actor. Who knows?
I thought
Clint's cranky tonight.
That's
the first time you got ticked about the memes earlier. The first time ever.
I had a headache.
Usually he's a good sport.
I had a headache and I was trying to get on the stream for like 10 minutes and I couldn't do it. So by the time I finally got on, I was like, what the hell? Is this my fault? What's funny is I was watching the YouTube link you sent me.
Because I sent you the wrong link.
But you know what's even funnier? What's even funnier is I was watching and being like, come on, guys, I'm ready to jump in. And I didn't even realize I was on YouTube and not in StreamYard. I thought I was in StreamYard. And when I figured out that I'm not even in freaking StreamYard right now, what the? It cracked me up. I went and got the beard. I was all bearded up and I was sitting here ready to jump in and make the joke. And then I realized, you fool, because I finally was like, I'm
You
gonna get in the,
fool.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
yeah, but I had no idea. I was like, I'm gonna get in the private chat real quick, and there was no private chat tab. And then I realized the chat that I was seeing was the YouTube chat, not the StreamYard chat. And I'm a moron. I'm like, it's pretty funny.
Well, what I wanted to say about Army of Thieves is I think it's a far, far better movie than Army of the Dead. I enjoyed it so much more, and now I was just looking up the actor who is also the director who plays Ludwig, although that's not his real name. Apparently, you find out that's not his real name. Matthias Schweighöfer.
Yeah.
try and pronounce his last name. Schweighöfer. I don't know. Anyway,
yeah.
His Twitter, his Instagram bio. This is the first line. I'll just read out the first line of his bio. So Matthias, I'm not going to say his last name, is one of the most successful German actors. That's the first line. He's one of the most successful German actors. And I looked at that. I was like, well, obviously his PR team wrote this. That's a very bold statement to make on your IMDb. There have been many good German actors over the years, and Matthias is quite a young guy.
Has there?
But yes, yes, there have many very successful German actors. Especially
Name
in the
two.
silent.
Give me two successful German actors. Go.
Well, actually, he's
Schwarzenegger.
Austrian. Schwarzenegger
He's
is
Austrian.
He's Austrian.
Austrian. Christoph Waltz and Schwarzenegger are both Austrian, so that's a difficult one. Yeah. Oh, come on, you can't do that. German actors. No, but maybe he is like the most successful German actor
See,
of all
he's
time.
one of the most successful.
He's the only one. Bruce Willis is German, apparently. Oh, Marlene Dietrich. Yeah, she was very famous. But again, and Diane Kruger. There you go. She's German. But David Hasselhoff as well is one people like. He likes to say he's German. Yeah, Diane Kruger is quite famous. But I honestly think, like, I was watching it and I was like, I'm enjoying this film so much more than I enjoyed Army of Thieves. You know why? Because it was actually a decent heist movie. It's quite fun, and he's a good lead, I think. And I actually think the film is that there's a lot less kind of like pizzazz around the direction of the movie, which I think in Army of the Dead, it takes away a bit from the film. It kind of gets in the way, and I think it's just the way Zack Snyder likes to direct his movies. He likes a bit of visual flair and stuff like that. But I often think that less is more, and I think this film was that was the case with this movie. I just loved it. I really, really liked it. I didn't expect to, but I really did. And Steve,
I enjoyed it.
Austrian,
but yeah, some of the editing was like, okay, why? I don't want to be broken record, but okay, why do you need that left to right, or sorry, right to left transition between two scenes? It just took you out of the moment. You know, it's like you're not supposed to really notice the editing. Some of the titles, the 3D gold titles, that was kind of cool, but I mean, you can kind of get away with that, but it's not Star Wars with the slow transitional wipes. You know, it's
but I think this is his directorial debut, isn't it?
But it wasn't a constant either, that wipe. It was only a few times, and it was really weird. But I liked Army of Thieves a lot. I thought it was a good film. It was a good heist movie, but it had some depth to the characters as well, and the really good story arcs. It's always, and you know what, the locations are beautiful. Like you could tell it was like made with someone that actually cared about those locations and where they visited. I really enjoyed that. So, and I kept waiting for that twist where when they did the first heist, or like, here's a thing in the films where we talk about it and then something goes horrible. I kept waiting for that. Like maybe that whole story is actually them just talking about it in the van, and we didn't actually see what happened in the movie. You know what I mean? Like maybe like in Army of Thieves 2, it'll go back to that. I'm just joking, but I mean, that was kind of unresolved. I mean, but I got it.
What part was?
The first heist they do, and he's freaking out in the back of the van, and they're like, what is like in a heist movie where we tell you exactly what goes on in the plan, and then you see what happens, and then when it really happens, it all goes to crap. He's like, yeah, and then they start telling him, and then you see it, and they're like, oh, we're done, we did it, and he's like, what? Like that was kind of like, that was very meta fourth wall kind of thing, and you know, that's like Snyder with Army of the Dead and the robot zombies and stuff like that. So maybe they'll reference that again. Maybe that's a deeper cut than just a throwaway gag, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, well, there's a whole time loop. There's a lot of time loop theory in this movie.
Yep,
there is. Yeah, and then I mean, this seems to be a franchise now that they want, the Army franchise, and Snyder's been talking about how he wants the next movie to be a sci-fi action horror movie. So that's going to be interesting. I think we're going to be seeing more robots, zombies. But what did you guys make of that news?
Are you talking about Planet of the Dead, or are you talking about Rebel Moon?
No, he's doing. Is it going to be called? I think it's the next Army movie. So
the next Army, it's going to be Planet of the Dead. Basically, the outbreak's going to take over the planet, so it's going to be Planet of the Dead. But he's also doing Rebel Moon, which is his treatment that he had for a Star Wars film that didn't get used. So he just changed that and adapted it to his own story. So he's going to be making that also. Then I'm like, sci-fi movie over here, Planet of the Dead. That's a planet. Is he going to pull this together? I don't think he is, but maybe he is. There's a lot of things in these movies that go in fours, and that would make 4 movies. So maybe that's gonna blend together. And there's also
go on, Clint.
There's also I forgot what it was, something in Las Vegas. There's a anime thing attached to this also.
Yes, there is. Yeah. That's going to be. Is that a prequel? That's going to be, I think, the animated thing.
I think it's going to talk about the Vegas getting overrun and how they dealt with it, and it's going to deal with some of their stories of how that was told. There's backstory to how they had dealt with things before. I believe it's going to have to do with that.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that relatively briefly because it is the kind of the big thing that's happened this week is the Army thing and the news that what's it, Sophia Boutella, I think that's her name, Boutella. She's, if you've probably seen her in The Mummy. She was the Mummy in The Mummy in that awful reboot, but she was actually quite good in it. She was in was it the second Kingsman movie? She was in that as well, and she's going to be the lead in Rebel Moon as well, which I like that casting. I think that's going to be very, very interesting. I do wonder a bit with Snyder though. I mean, Shaun adhered to it during our conversation. He's not the biggest Snyder fan, but I do wonder whether there's going to be a bit of I'm a bit worried with him. I like the fact that he's being left to do as much as he wants, but you know there is too much of a good thing, and like this could get a bit too much. I think. Especially with the Army franchise, I do worry that it might be a bit too much too soon.
I think it's a good route to take, though. To be honest with you, like I'm excited to see. Like when I first heard of it, Army of the Dead, it was good. It was a good film. I liked it. It wasn't like a super masterpiece or anything. It was a good zombie film. I like Dawn of the Dead better if you're going to talk about zombie films.
Yeah,
but
I think that's his best movie.
But when I saw Army of Thieves, and then I saw the potential of, when I saw the potential of where the universe could go, I was like, okay, you know, this now I'm intrigued. Now it's like we got to see before it happened, and you can tell the DOP, the cinematographer, was doing a few Zack Snyder lens rack focus, full focus stuff like that, but not as intense as Zack Snyder. Like I watched a few scenes of Army of the Dead just before Army of Thieves, and like I really noticed how the focus everything was, and I know it was on purpose, right? Like the depth of field was so out of, and I thought, you know, some shots in that Army of the Dead was really beautiful, but it was more clear now in Army of Thieves, and I really enjoyed how it looked, you know, and the pacing, it was very character driven, you know, and Sean had good points, and a lot of this is what people say with Zack Snyder's. He's more of a visual guy and the big beats and the action scenes and stuff. But he is coming into his own, and I think a lot of his character development is done subtly or like behind, I don't know, like off frame. You know what I mean? But with Army of Thieves, they really kind of captured the whole world and then brought it out to its own, which I enjoyed.
And I like the fact that he didn't direct the movie; that it was the lead. So getting someone relatively not inexperienced, but giving someone a shot, that's not himself. He's obviously this Armyverse is going to be a thing, and Snyder's going to be leading it. But he's obviously not afraid to kind of do spin-offs and let other directors do their thing. And they keep kind of a similar kind of visual style throughout these movies, but that they can go in many different areas. Like the next one's going to probably be a sci-fi movie. They might do one in space, Rebel Moon. I don't think it will be attached to the Armyverse, but it might be. Who knows what he's going to do with that? So yeah, I think it's interesting. It's interesting what's going on over at Netflix at the moment.
Yeah, I like him bringing other directors in to do that, because he built the sandbox, and then he can let other people play in his sandbox, and I think that's really cool. And Matthias Schweighöfer did a great job. The Justin Timberlake of Germany, as they call him. I saw an interview with him on Jimmy Fallon the other day, and he was like, he said that he's a charming guy. He's very likable. I'm excited to see him. And what was her name that you said who's going to be in Rebel Moon? I can't remember her name.
Sophia Boutella.
Yeah, she's also in a movie on Hulu right now called Settlers, where it's a sci-fi film where I believe it's Mars. That they're settled and they're in some place, and then some guy shows up to take over or break into their camp. But that looked interesting. But she's lovely.
Yeah, she's got was originally a dancer, and she kind of went into like modeling and then acting, and she's actually I think she's really, really good. She's I think and I was someone corrected me. She was in the first Kingsman movie. I could have sworn she was in the second one, but no, it was the first one. And she's really good in that. She's the one with the weaponized legs. I think she's got like blades for legs, and that's pretty cool. Yes, I'm excited. Yes, and quack that. Like and subscribe. Subscribe. Now, actually, one thing I've been doing today has been watching a lot of Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. So a lot of Matt Berry going on, and a bit of Toast as well.
You and he were buddies, weren't you?
What? Yes,
I love that show.
Someone tagged me in a TikTok the other day of someone doing an impression of Matt Berry, his audition for James Bond. The guy's brilliant that does the impression, and just made me think. Now I just want to see Matt Berry in a James Bond movie. He could be the next M. And then
I want to see him as Wolverine.
I wanted to hear him say something like Bond. Or you could say James.
How's it going, everyone?
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
I'm finally in.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching, guys. No, I'm joking.
Make sure you subscribe.
Yeah. No. Did you get to watch Army of Thieves, Dan? Or have you been too busy editing everything?
Yeah, I've been busy with either editing, taking my dog out, or riding my brand new e-bike.
Ooh,
cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun if I don't die.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the most fun.
I can imagine. Yeah, I've never ridden an e-bike.
It's incredibly dangerous in downtown traffic. I'll tell you that much.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize how
wait
many...
till the snow hits.
Oh, shit. Fuck that. I'm not riding it in the snow.
We just went R-rated, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Dan gets
After
the show.
now.
That's all right. That's fine. It was well
We just got demonetized. Thanks, Dan.
My appearance makes things NC-17.
Exactly.
Just for language.
Yep. Right. What's else? What else is on the docket? We got other stuff. Have we? What's going on?
Vince, what's up, dude?
Vince is here as well.
Vince.
Hello, Vince.
Howdy, gents.
Vince, did you see Eternals?
No, but I got a friend who's going to see it tonight.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm still reluctant.
Reluctant? You got to see it at least so you can talk smack about it. You'd be like, they knocked that thing into the toilet. What the hell? That's like...
All right.
You can't live with the uncertainty, man. You got to know it. Either hey, they did pretty good, or it was a terrible, embarrassing failure. One series of failures right after another, threaded together into one failure of a movie, or you loved it. How about that?
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
That's how I felt about the Inhumans until I watched 3 episodes of it.
Yes, I heard about that.
We're not talking about Inhumans. What's up, Rajneesh?
Yeah.
Honestly, if we talk about Inhumans, I'm still in shock, man. I'm still in shock how bad it is.
It was pretty bad.
Can't even wrap my head around it. And it's
even Clint can't see any merit to that show.
Well, it had what was his name? Ramsey, or what was his name from Game of Thrones?
Show.
Yeah.
Is that bad, huh? I haven't watched. I mean the Inhumans. Sorry.
No, yeah, it's terrible.
You don't have to see it.
Yeah,
no, seeing the previews, that told me enough.
you can like watch it as a joke because it's quite funny. Like it's quite funny how bad it is.
Oh wow. That's pretty bad.
It makes you wonder. Like this is something that was produced by Marvel, like recently. It really sucked.
Moving on.
Pretty bad.
I was really expecting a lot more, or at least hoping for a lot more, but
I think everybody was. Yeah, but I think
just seeing the outfits, just and the cast, I didn't think they were properly casted either. I go, this is going to be a disaster in my opinion. But
you can watch it. You can watch it on Disney Plus right now. I don't think James wants us to talk about it because I think he's got something planned for it, doesn't he? I think James and Dan are concocting something over there. The editing team are doing something that I don't know what.
The bag, man. So
yeah, well, we've got 14 people watching, so they'll know.
They get a sneak preview to our disdain.
Exactly.
I recorded Plum and I watching Inhumans, by the way. I might put that up on Patreon or something.
Yeah, we should count how long we had our hands in our faces, or our faces in our hands.
Afterwards, yeah, it was like
no, literally, Dan, it's hands in faces. You're punching yourselves whilst watching this show. we know what really went on.
Is that a euphemism I'm not aware of?
No, I'm not that clever. I'm not James. That's the thing that James comes up with. I'm not good at euphemisms. I don't have a dirty mind. That's the thing. It's like James does. So yeah,
I do now, do I?
Yeah, you do. You know you do. Right, have we got anything else to talk about?
Let's talk about Inhumans.
Anything else? No, because I don't want to.
It had Ramsey Bolton from Game of Thrones in it. It must be good.
Oh, does he cut anyone's penis off in it?
No, not in that one.
No.
Now
although
it's
that might have helped. That might have helped.
What are you doing, James? Seriously, this is.
I'm gonna do some drawing.
You see, I don't usually stay on for this long. I usually leave my own show after the guest. I say thank you very much for coming on, and then I bugger off.
No, you should see what we do to your show afterwards.
Dude, last week it got crazy.
It's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous.
We were on for almost 4 hours last week.
I know. I'm definitely not. I'm not going to be able to do that. But let's talk a bit about Jupiter's Legacy. let's really piss off Clint and talk about the one thing he can't stand. It's Jupiter's Legacy.
I worked on that
show. Did you?
Yeah.
You actually did?
For like a couple weeks on location, yeah.
Sorry. Were you... I've got Siri pissing me off right now. Were you head of the beard department? Is that
no? Although, shit, man.
Do you know the beard person?
No, I don't know anybody.
I was going to ask.
I watched people's cards and made sure that the right person parked in the right spot. I don't know.
Okay, so you're not owning up to the fact that you are the guy behind the beards in that and the wigs, and that is why you're now editing stuff for small screen.
Well, as you can see, I'm not great at beards, so you might be onto something.
Oh, what? Okay, this is now we have to guess what James is drawing. This is when the show goes mad. I'm probably just gonna have to go to bed.
I'm wondering if Chloe Zhao did Jupiter's Legacy, how that would have turned out. I was thinking about that halfway through the Eternals yesterday. I was like,
well, this is quite good, James.
Yeah, it's looking pretty great.
Yeah. Snake Eyes.
Yeah. He's actually quite talented.
Are you gonna draw an Eternal?
No way.
Because that today I sat down and I go, you know what? Because I got so ticked off with their outfits. I go, I'm gonna draw them the way they should have. Hey, what's with the horns? Oh, wait a minute, Batman. Of course, should have guessed.
That Kirby character for you.
Here we go. This is a good. His eye's a bit weird, but
it's rough, Edward. It's rough.
Oh man,
this is really good. This is really good. Is this with a mouse? Or...
Great.
Absolutely brilliant.
Bat Edward.
Bedward.
Brilliant.
Hey man, you're pretty
brilliant.
You're pretty. Hey, where'd it go? You erased it. So it kept on going.
He's getting another layer, I think.
He's doing another layer.
Now he's going to draw the Batcave.
Oh god, what are you doing?
Oh, Butters, that's my toque. Don't eat that. I need that.
It's not for you.
Oh, it's his drawing time. Oh, thank you, Spooky Bat. So I was thinking this is too good to be done with a mouse. So he's doing it with
you want to see mouse? You want to see mouse drawing? Okay.
Go on.
Draw a mouse.
Yeah, now you can tell that this is a mouse.
It's still better than how I draw with like any tool.
Okay. No, this is Banana Man. Spooky Bats obviously knows.
Okay, I thought I was saying beak.
No, that is actually much better than anything I could draw with a mouse.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That's good.
At first, I thought it was Darkwing Duck.
Man, drawing with a mouse takes me back to my Commodore Amiga days. Oh, for crying out loud. I wanted to, and I did some animation and everything drawn with the mouse, but it was insanely slow.
So did I. So did I on the Commodore and the. Yeah, I got an award in high school for doing that, drawing with the mouse. Yeah, just a lot of copying and pasting, like guys flying through the air and like with chainsaws cutting up people, you know.
Yeah, that's what it had. You would cut and paste the image, and then it would have the feature you can move it across the screen for you and all that. You know, it had some neat little for its time, some neat little features. The one I used was D-Paint. I don't know if you ever had that one.
Yeah, and the video toaster.
A video toaster, remember that?
I'm just starting to use Procreate on my my tablet, and that's quite fun. I'm terrible at drawing though. Literally, the only thing I can draw is like really bad stick men, like they're terrible, or like I can do a thing of a guy peeking at the bottom. Like I get a piece of paper, a whole piece of paper,
like
and then I just draw. Yeah, I just draw like two little eyes at the bottom, and then some like little
nose?
hands. Yeah,
hands and nose.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Just him peeking over.
There's a whole industry for stick figure animation, Edward.
Maybe that's what I should go into. Maybe I should quit this small screen gig.
Like the old Zio.
Did you guys ever watch Stick Figure Theater? I think it was.
On Liquid Television.
Oh man, that was so good back then.
That was good. Yeah, I remember that. Interestingly enough, our viewership has gone up ever since James has started drawing. I think we found our niche. People just want to watch James draw. So This is not Banana Man, James?
It's Batman.
Is it Batman? It's too big
Yeah.
to be Batman.
Yeah,
His
it
arms
looks
are
like
massive.
he's got the Bane juice in him.
Yeah.
It's a massive
Is this Batman Venom or whatever it's called? That's a good Bat logo. Well done, James.
I think I'd actually watch that.
Yeah, I would.
Batman with the
So
symbiote.
that would be really cool. But there is a comic book called Batman Venom, but I don't think it's that. I think it's something else. Something else happens in that one. I've got that behind me. I haven't read it yet.
We're very fast and efficient with this, James. Proud of you, man.
Oh, thank you.
Is that photo chop?
Yeah,
yes, it is.
Yeah,
what version you got?
Latest one. They upgraded it to 2022.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm still using CS2. I'm way back in the past.
I used that for the longest time, man. CS2 is great. Yeah.
Well, I get what I need out of it. I was using version 7, but prior to that, I would have still been using it.
Yeah,
because it does everything I do, that I need. I don't go beyond most of it, beyond a few of the tools that it has, and that's it. Although,
why are you laughing, James?
That wasn't me. That was Dan.
That was me.
Oh, is it Dan?
Because this Batman looks like he's on crack.
Yeah, he is. That's the thing. He's on crack and has been beaten up by somebody, and is struggling with the venom, with the
it's
Bane
the
juice.
Tick dressed as.
It's the Tick. That's it. Yeah, there you go.
I see.
Yeah, Dan's right. So Batman Venom is the story behind the Venom steroid Bane uses. That's what I thought. Yeah, I haven't read it yet. I'll read it probably this weekend. I've got a lot of comic books to read because I'm going to have to give quite a few of them away, unfortunately.
Oh no!
I've been reading a lot of Dave Cooper illustrated books from Aircell lately, like 80s and 90s indie comics, and he does these massive, huge chins. Let me see,
like huge Bruce Campbell chins.
Like but like his art is like with gradation, and everyone go to the last night of the Twilight Kickstarter.
Yeah. Actually, there was one comic book you mentioned, Batman one, Batman the Detective. Is that right? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, the Tom Taylor one.
Is that worth a read?
Yeah. See, this is where I got a lot of my influence from. Is this guy's work.
I like his style. It's cool.
Yeah, I messaged him. I want him to come on the show and be like, "Hey, Dave, can you?" Because the creator of Gunfire, he died, but the illustrator, Dave Cooper. Yeah, I ordered all these books like a few months ago. I had them as a kid and then I lost them. Anyways, this was a really bad time in his life apparently. So he said he didn't want to come on for an interview, which is
sucks. I would have loved to see that.
But, yeah,
that's fair enough. Though.
I like his style. It's very gritty, loose and gritty.
Yeah, with that little cartoon flair to it, like the over exaggeration of the figures. I really like that.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting all these Batman the Detective ones because there's no. You see, again, I told you this before, didn't I, James? I tend to like them kind of compiled in like a graphic novel, so I don't have to get multiple ones. But these ones,
how many issues? It's only like a 6 issue.
5 issues I've got out here.
Yeah, so there's one more to come out. I've been waiting on. So.
Okay, cool. Seems really good. It's got. This is what I want to see more of. I want to see more of Batman as a detective because I don't think we don't really have enough of that at the moment.
See,
isn't that what he's supposed to be?
He's supposed to be, but they kind of moved away from that in recent years. And whenever he does detective work now in the comics, it's always a bit. It's kind of basic stuff. Like for me, one of my favorite comic books. One of my favorite Batman comics has always been The Long Halloween. And that really is literally just Batman being a detective. There's very little action in that, really. It's just a lot of him talking to Calendar Man, and then trying to figure out who's doing all these murders. And then it kind of they got away from that. The New 52 run I thought was really uninspired, and that's
when I stopped reading DC. Was New 52.
New 52 really just bored me. I got really bored by it, and I didn't understand. Like, it suddenly jumps in time, and then all of a sudden, like, Batman's in a post-apocalyptic world, and I'm just like, what is going on? I thought all the bits with the Joker at the beginning in that Batman run was quite interesting, but then it kind of got a bit.
Yeah,
it was very stale.
I liked Scott Snyder's Batman was pretty good.
Yeah,
I like Capullo's art, but sorry, I'm just loading in. I gotta find my inking brush.
A detective. He's a tech detective.
Well done, Clint. Well done. How long did you have to think of?
I heard that when Dan Plum said detective a little while ago. I was like,
Oh, actually, in the New 52, someone's right. The Court of Owls was good. That was good. That was a good. I think that was an addition in the New 52. I don't think that existed before, did it? The Courts of Owls. James, you might know. No.
Oh, that was all Scott Snyder.
That was good.
Yeah.
Spooky. Yeah, the Adam West Batman is what I live by.
Yeah, we're big fans of the Adam West Batman. Yeah.
Adam West.
I'll be honest. My first that was my first watching Adam West's Batman was my introduction to Batman. My grandparents used to have those all on video, and I'd go to my grandparents. I'd get very excited because they had the Adam West Batmans on video, and a lot of James Bonds and Star Wars. So that's literally my holidays would be going to them in the summer, and when we lived in France, grew up in France, we'd go over there for the summer, and I'd just be sitting in front of the television in my grandparents' house, just watching all these, and they still have the original, they still have all of them, so I'm probably going to nick them off them because the Star Wars ones were the original cut on video.
Yeah,
so
I used to go to my aunt and uncle's and do the same thing.
That's
yeah.
It
was really cool.
We watch all the original Star Trek movies on VHS, and then watch all the Star Wars movies on VHS.
Yeah, it's something else. Because they still, and I made sure they worked last time I went. They still worked. So I was like, I think I might take these. I'd have to find a video player because they're not very easy to find these days. but it's literally it's the original cut minus the lightsabers were colored. I think that was the only thing they changed from the cinematic release. Because apparently this is what my dad said anyway. When it was first released in cinemas, the lightsabers are all just white.
No, I don't remember that.
I think they were when it was released in the UK anyway. They were white.
Yeah,
and they put the colors in later.
So I saw Empire in the theater.
Yeah, but this was
and
the
Return
first...
of the Jedi. You're talking about the OG original.
And yes, it was just Star Wars back then. Yeah, and then A New Hope was the tagline that was added later on. Because George Lucas was fucking around with those movies for years.
After he went to Congress and said that older movies shouldn't be altered from the original.
Yeah, it's like, I really don't get it. I don't think any old movie should be altered apart from my own. I'm gonna add a scream here and a thing there and make a completely new character out of nowhere. Oh damn, fucking George Lucas, man. I hate George Lucas. I don't really. There is video evidence apart from this of me saying that before.
God, you make him sound like such an auteur.
Seriously, my computer's going mad. Siri comes up every time I say anything. It's crazy. Is this the guy? Is this the grandpa from Up?
Is that Anson Mount playing Black Bolt?
Yeah. God, you really.
Is that who that is?
This is really good.
It's like poetry.
Oh man.
Oh God.
Right. On that note.
It's George Lucas.
Oh, it's George Lucas.
You can tell by the flannel.
Yeah.
And all the toys he's selling.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. This is an interesting live stream, isn't it?
Did I tell you about my friend waiting on George Lucas? I think I already told you this story.
He's still waiting for him.
No. Like it was she was a server, and she waited on him in a restaurant, and him and Ron Howard were having dinner together. Did I not tell you this story?
No.
Well,
I've never heard it.
There's this place in Austin called the Oasis. The food kind of sucks. They make good drinks. They got some good margaritas, but the view is absolutely brilliant. And it's like it's this like cliff, and it overlooks like the beautiful Lake Travis with the sunset. It's just a beautiful. Everybody goes there, even though the food's terrible. But anyway, George Lucas and Ron Howard met there and had dinner. And my friend waited on him and was like, "Hey," and they're like, "Yeah, what's good here?" And they're like, "I don't know, the nachos." And anyway, so long story short, after when they were leaving, George Lucas gets into like a Suburban with blacked out windows and has 4 armed guys that are with him protecting him, bodyguards, and they all get into this, probably bulletproof window thing and take off. And then Ron Howard walks out and gets into a Toyota Corolla rent-a-car and just drives off. Himself.
Really?
No bodyguard, nothing. Yeah, and drove himself in a Toyota Corolla. I thought it was the most hilarious thing ever.
Well, no one's ever vowed to kill Ron Howard.
Yeah, I guess so. I just maybe I already like Ron Howard. I just think, yeah, he's just like the everyday man. He just like, go have a couple of margaritas, watch the sunset, and then drive home in my Toyota Corolla rental. He could have had it. He could have had anything.
Hey, nobody bugs you,
Yeah.
I recognize this, James. This is your creation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever hear what happened with Bill Murray? Some guy that was eating like hamburgers and fries or something somewhere?
Yeah. Was it Bill Murray or was it Tom Hanks?
I think they both did.
No, it was Bill Murray.
Yeah. Tom Hanks.
From what I remember, it was Bill Murray. It's
like
very Bill
Murray
Murray what
would
happened,
do.
though.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it in my head.
What did he do? Well, I actually don't know what he did.
You don't know what the guy was just eating his burger and fries or something. Bill Murray just walks by. He stops. He gets one of his fries. He starts eating it, and he looks at the guy and he goes, "They'll never believe you." And just walks off.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, you're Bill. Your friends will never believe you. Yeah. So good. So good. There's a in Austin, Bill Murray jumped behind the bar, he just jumped behind the bar and started bartending. And then they're like, "Hey, what?" And he was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "What do you want?" And they're like, "I'll take a kamikaze. Here you go." He just poured him tequila shots. Okay, what do you want? "I'll take a Washington apple." He just hand him a tequila shot. Nobody complained. They're like, but it didn't matter what you ordered. He just gave you a tequila shot. It's hilarious.
Oh,
and that's a real story.
That's awesome.
But no one will believe you, Clint.
Tom Hanks has done some stuff too, where like at airport, like somebody was passed out at a bar.
Yeah, that's
and he went over and got with him and took pictures with him, which is great.
I think it was with the guy's phone. The guy who was passed out. So he just wakes up. What the fuck?
What happened?
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah.
And he often hasn't he been in people's wedding photos as well? Just randomly,
Tom Hanks?
Yeah, Tom Hanks. Yeah,
Oh,
I think it was in was it Central Park in New York. I think they were having getting their wedding photos done there, and he was just happening to. I think he was running in the park or something like that.
Yeah, him and his wife will do stuff like they'll be having a jog or something, and then somebody's like, "Hey, hey, will you get in a photo?" And he's like, "Yeah, why not?" He's like, good-natured guy.
I just can't get over the fact that his son is Chet Hanks. Do you know who Chet Hanks is?
Hanks?
Is he in the cast of Inhumans?
No, it's his
He
son.
might as well be. He might as well be.
He's literally he's one of the most embarrassing people. Like he does this Jamaican accent all the time now. That it's just like
all of a sudden.
He's very weird. And then he's got Colin Hanks, who's like literally Tom Hanks 2.0. You know, he's just Colin Hanks is almost like Tom Hanks has just cloned himself to ensure that there's always going to be a Hanks that's acting. And then Chet Hanks is literally the clone that went wrong.
It sort of reminds me of the Cosbys.
Oh, God.
Like what was that fucking show called? Like House of Cosbys?
I never watched that. That's not really a thing.
It was no, it's a thing. It's
not here anyway. No one watched the Cosbys.
No, it's not the actual Cosby Show. It's this guy who got Bill Cosby's DNA somehow, and he decided to clone him a bunch of times. This was before the allegations.
I saw a piece of that. I remember now.
And it's hysterical because every time Cosby gets cloned, it gets worse and worse with like how messed up the clone is.
It's a cartoon, right?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's by the same guys as Rick and Morty.
It sounds like that kind of thing. But that literally does sound like what happened with Chet Hanks. It's like the Colin Hanks clone went pretty well. It's like half decent actor. And then the Chet Hanks one just went fucking off the wall, ape shit.
Never even heard of Chet Hanks, man.
Oh man, you need to look up some of the stuff. He does some really embarrassing shit.
Are you not having a white boy summer?
Your white boy summer.
Dude, I had
my God. In today's climate.
He literally does these Instagram lives where he's just talking in this Jamaican accent. Look, to be fair to him, it's a very good Jamaican accent, I will be honest, but you just can't get over the fact that it's fucking Chet Hanks putting on a Jamaican accent, going on about white boy summer. It's like, oh man.
He'll actually get on people's case.
Sounds like something I wouldn't be interested in. Then, right?
He actually gets on people's case about like doing it badly.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, and then people ask him if it was cultural appropriation, and he's like, "No, it's not. I'm like respecting the culture. I respect the culture more than any person." Nope. It's like you're just you're just an idiot. You're just a complete moron. Dear. Oh well.
I think he said it. He respects it because he was shown how to use it by a Caribbean person. So like, oh, cool. You're saying you have a black friend. Nice.
Yeah,
like real good excuse. Congratulations.
Yeah. Apart from that, I don't actually know what he does. Like, what is his purpose in life? I don't know.
That's a good question.
It's Tom Hanks' son.
Yeah, literally. That's it. He's Tom Hanks' son.
Damn it. Now I'm going to be thinking about that for a long time. Like, what is the point? What is his point?
I used to have a song on the Orange County soundtrack, Colin Hanks movie.
He was in that, wasn't he?
Yeah. Actually, it was a bonus disc. So,
that's pretty cool.
My a friend of mine, female friend of mine, it's my ex-girlfriend's sister. She loved to chop me down at the ankles anytime. She'd keep me in check if I thought I was too cool for school. And I was like, yeah, blah, blah, yeah, I've got a song on the Orange County soundtrack, and she goes, bonus disc. And everybody was like, ooh, and I'm like, well, what the hell have you done? Totally got up, totally get up, like get my goat every time. Oh, so what do you have? So yeah, you buy the CD, it was the extra disc. Okay, it's not in the movie, but it's on the bonus disc, whatever.
That's kind of what Mia does when you're on answering for a friend.
Oh, every chance she can.
Yeah,
it's kind of a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta make it a return bit, like talk about her school. Like, oh, I didn't even know you were in school.
Oh, weird.
Love you, Mia.
Don't worry, she doesn't watch the show.
Right. On that note, I think I'm gonna go to bed. You guys can continue without me, yeah?
Like, I'm gonna get Mia out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna let you just continue watching James's amazing artwork, which is getting more and more abstract as
Oh no,
as
he
we
just
go
haven't
along.
done the afro
As
yet.
the night develops.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not. It's only abstract because you don't see where it's going. Because you're too quick to assume what it is. You want everything. You're such a millennial. You want everything instantly.
Say that again. I'm such a what? A millennial.
What? Millennial.
That's
Such a millennial.
That's Cad Bane. You just haven't drawn the hat yet. I know.
Okay, guys.
Millennial.
You're gonna go watch
This-
Inhumans. We know, Edward.
This millennial's going to go and watch Inhumans. Ready for the next.
Just wanted to see Fred.
Oh man, that was good times. When's all that stuff coming out, James?
Tomorrow, all of it. I'm just gonna upload it all raw.
Yeah, then we'll get another copyright strike. Yes. Right. I'll say good night, everyone. Thank you to everyone saying good night in the chat. I'll see you next week. Have a good week, guys. And I'm pretty sure I'll talk
Night,
to
Edward.
all of you probably this week. Have a good week.
Good night,
Bye.
Ed.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Hey, I was I tell you, since you guys were talking Eternals, I wanted to show you guys the space gods I drew some time ago.
Cool.
You wanna see them?
Yeah, let's see them.
I was trying to visualize it. This was a few years back. I think this must have been in 2014 or so. But let me see. Let me share my
You want
screen.
to send it to me on Messenger?
Okay, hold on. Let's see.
Nobody catch that Three Amigos reference? I said good night, Ed, but good night, Ned. No, nobody knows.
Three
what I'm talking
Amigos.
Never mind.
I'm too young for these things, Clint.
Yes. Damn youngsters.
Youngsters and their apple juice.
There's a turtle that says good night, Ned, and I said it like that, but I said Ed. Yeah. It's all right.
I love turtles.
It wasn't a very good bit. Somebody's phone is right next to their microphone or computer, and we're
that's Plum's chair.
Oh, got it.
Oh yeah. Sorry, guys. Let me recline away from my desk here.
Sometimes when you get a text message, you can hear the.
Oh, okay. Well, that was 8 minutes ago, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe it wasn't you.
No, it was your chair.
No, like my chair definitely does rub up against my desk, and it makes sort of a farting noise.
That's a different sound.
I don't know, man.
Do the chair, Plum. Do the chair, Plum.
Yeah, you guys want a chair fart?
No, just do the sound.
All right, come on, let's get it. There we go.
Okay, so that is not your chair then that you told me it was. Yeah, maybe someone in the apartment next to you is getting text or something.
Oh, maybe. This is like you're actually seeing the entire apartment here, so they're all pretty small. All the units. Fake news. Don't get me started on that fake news.
Ooh, that's cool.
These were rough. That's probably the most finished. That one.
Oh,
that
man.
one's the most
That's
finished one I did.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's the one that came out in the. That's when I was in the process of drawing it. That was a rough version that I began, and that was a prior one I did also, trying to figure out.
I love the pose on that one.
Yeah, I like that one too. There I was just trying to figure out those green lines on his outfit and stuff, and how would I incorporate them. When I got to this angle, I started doing that.
Yeah, but that one right there reminds me of how they looked in Earth X.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's really nice.
I did them more a la Kirby there. I don't know, the one that came out in Guardians on the first one. It came out so quick, you really can't tell the details too well. But it looks a little more clunkier. They added a few things, I think.
You're not allowed to show your amazing art when I'm doing my little chicken scratches.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Put me to shame.
You gotta come on here and draw at the same time. We'll be doing our drawing streams at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I want to. I want to see an art battle.
Yeah, that's cool.
You mean you want to see me get destroyed?
Yes.
I will be Thanos. Oh, I should show you Icarus, one last one, since we're on the Eternals. Hold on. But this one I thought came out horrible. I was just like, I didn't like the way it came out at the time. But it's just I was trying to get the idea down. There you go. So you guys are seeing, it's the Jack Kirby version. It looks a little, hokey, but so I just kind of left it. And it's not, the style is very different from what I would draw it today. But so you can see, more or less where I was trying to aim at for Icarus with the original outfit. But I got to try it again. And that old style I had there was a little more simplistic than the one I pull off now. But I was trying to get those details on the gloves and those
the textures.
Yeah, that's what I was aiming mostly.
In the shine, it's beautiful.
It really pops.
Yeah.
Thanks. I wanted to get those little intricate ornamental things, that on Jack's drawings they don't see it because it was a lot simpler in the comics, but it's what I visualized. That's what I tried to get down. What I visualized when I would see Kirby's work is what I wanted to jot down. So I may try it again. Yeah, I've seen this character. What's his name? Looks very familiar.
Afro Vince.
Hey James, you don't have Clip Studio, no?
Not anymore, no. I did have it. I tried it out. I got the year subscription, and then I just kept using Photoshop. I just didn't have the patience to learn the UI of Clip Studio. Yeah, it's a nice program, but I'm just so used to, I've been using Photoshop for so many years now. So
I felt the same way when I first got it. I put it away, and then I kept going with Photoshop, but I think I told you last time, somebody convinced me to try it out. As soon as I got it's a lot like Photoshop. That's why I got into it so quickly. It's very they copied a lot of stuff from Photoshop, and but their inking brushes are excellent. It's almost like the brush reads my mind before I throw down the line, man.
Yeah, I used to do some inking in there, but there's this one brush I have. Wait, hold on, I'm stuck in a. Where did did my pen just die? I think my pen just died.
Is yours the one with battery in it?
Yeah, the lithium battery. I've got two of them, but I haven't drawn in a while, so yeah, it's dead. So, and I'm not. My USB extender's downstairs. Well, that's it, kids.
Shit, still using lithium.
That was pretty funny line.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah. That mic looks cool, man. Sounds good too.
Wow, groovy. I like the lighting on it. That's nice.
Yeah. Are you digging it, James?
Well, as long as it sounds good, I'm happy with it. I like the mute button.
Yeah, mute is really good. That's one feature on that thing I thought was cool.
Yeah, and it's heavier than I thought, to be honest with you. You said it was going to be light, like that's what the review said. And
yeah,
that's what I read too. But but I'm not used to mic equipment like you are. So.
Yeah,
but it's got a nice heft to it.
Most
not like 3 or 4 pounds though.
Most mics you could hit a burglar with it and hurt them pretty. You're like, yeah, but that's good.
Yeah, but would you want to?
I mean, this one, dude, I would mess somebody up if I hit somebody with this microphone. This thing. And if if I ever have to do that, I hope it's plugged in and I'm recording so I can hear the pop. Yeah.
We'll be right back. Bicker amongst yourselves.
Is that the same? Is Clint? Is yours the same brand as James or?
No. I have a. Mine's in.
Clint's got a real Rockstar mic. I just got one of these ones off Amazon, and it has RGB, so it matches my my gaming setup because I want to be 20 years old again. So, no, I'm just joking.
It makes his graphics card better.
Told me.
Yeah, I have a bunch of I record music and stuff, so I spend a lot of money on equipment and stuff. So I've got this thing. This thing, not only could it be used for this, but it could also be a kick drum mic or a bass mic or a lot of other things. But this is more of like what you'd see in a radio station. And I have another mic that's just a USB powered that I could just plug right in and it works just as well. I'm like, I have to have all the pro stuff. I need this studio to be like a pro studio. I've got way too much crap in here. It's all fun and games till the house burns down, and then dude, I just lost $20,000 worth of crap. Yeah, I have multiple computers, one for music recording, one for live streaming. I could have just a $50 webcam, but I had to get a Canon. It's like, and then that lens is pretty cool, but maybe I should spend another $400 on a different lens. And I'm just obsessed with equipment. Like I just constantly buying equipment. I'm like, I wonder what do they do? I wonder if it's worth it. Yeah.
Gotta get that depth of field on your webcam.
It's baby steps. It's like little baby steps, and that all the improvements are good. But are they really that big of a deal? Not really.
Well, sometimes I want to use my Canon DSLR for my webcam. With my setup, it would be right there. Where the phone is, and it would probably fall off the TV, and then I have to put it in front of the TV, and then I wouldn't be able to see. Plus, I'd have to buy a capture card just for that.
Yep.
Yeah, just get a GoPro.
Yeah, I've got one
lens
right here, right over my computer. You can see it right there.
That's what I would have to do.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Then I have this giant TV in front of me now.
You should use that as your monitor. That's what
I do. That's what I've been doing for editing.
That's awesome.
It'd be good for your eye line.
Yeah, it's perfect. I'm just like, look right up. It's perfect. And I'm just getting into the editing game. I've always done like basic editing. Everything's on my laptop screen, and for doing a whole bunch of cuts, like I could. Oh, we had a pretty cool stream, but it wasn't so concise. We went on a couple of rants, or I want to I'll just cut out a few little bits. That's easy to do, but like an actual grabbing clips and stuff like that, I was like, I can't do that on this little bitty little bitty workspace on my laptop. So I have that going in the background, and now I'm really
finding that video.
What's that?
How are you finding doing that video?
How am I experiencing it? How am I enjoying it? I mean, it's cool. It's time consuming, but like I said, I need to get a library of clips for different expressions that I use a lot, and then it'll be easy because then I won't have to go hunting and downloading things and stuff. It'll be easy.
Yeah.
Once you have hello there, you can use it over and over again, or saddle up, partners. Okay, I got saddle up in my library, and now every single phrase that I'll ever use, that once you have it, then it's easy. You just go grab it real quick. So
yeah.
So.
But if you got like 3 videos on the go, and then they all download, and you're like, oh, I need this clip, and you're like, I really like that clip, and then you have to go find it. But if you get a library, but then you got to refresh it like every 3rd or 4th video. Trying to add some new stuff into it,
Yeah.
But it's time consuming. Like that's what you said. Like It is, but it's rewarding. Like it's rewarding. So
yeah, well, I didn't. Like I said, I've just getting this workflow now with the second monitor and figuring out the best way to do it, and now I'm like, cool. I've got a cool workflow. Everything's organized. I had a bunch of, my download folder. This is probably boring to everybody listening, but yeah, my download folder in my on my computer was just so much crap from things. Every time I'm making a thumbnail and airdropping something onto my phone or something, I had this folder is ridiculous. So I had to make folders that were like MP4 folders, MP3 folders, JPEG folders, PNGs, and I took everything on my download folder and then I cleared out so much stuff so that now I'm able to download new videos, and now I have a clips video in my download folder. So if I download Tusken Raiders going like, cool, grab that, drop it in my clips folder, and I'm set. So I have a cool, I'm organized and I can find stuff, and then if something weird happens and all of a sudden a Premiere is saying, hey, cannot find that clip, blah blah blah, I know I can go to that folder and it'll pull from there. So yeah, so it's the workflow was the most time consuming thing, but now that I got my system, I think I'm set. So, and then that really got me started at like 1 a.m. last night, and then I was doing stuff till like 5 in the morning, and all I got was that short little clip that I sent you, James. But
one of us.
Yeah. I'm like, cool, you got like 30 seconds of video in like 5 hours.
That's just my my small screen folder.
You'll get faster once you figure out your style and your methods.
Yeah.
Then like you'll end up making like 5-minute videos in half an hour. They won't be great.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Well, and then also I listened.
Who are you, man?
Because I did. Who are you? I did the voiceover track first, and I wrote the script. I did the voiceover track and all that. But then
Hold on. Clint wrote a script. He wrote his first script.
I wrote my first
video. I was very impressed to hear that last night.
And then I went through and I went through my thing, and I chopped between I took my voiceover thing, and I'm like, okay, blah 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 blah. So buckle up, because we're going on a ride. And then I'm like, and then I clipped after buckle up, we're going on a ride. And then I said, blah, 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 has been working really hard lately. And then I'm like, I know I'm going to put the somebody working really hard video right after that clip. Right. So I clipped everything to where I could scoot everything. So between every phrase, and I made a list that had all these different things. So I knew, okay, excitement, okay, spiders, okay, Tusken Raiders, okay, thumbs up, okay, and I could go through every single thing, and I know that I need all of these clips, and if I don't have something, I can go find it and download it. So I did that. So I could probably have like put on a movie and like maybe a Zack Snyder movie that's like 5 hours long, and then gone through while I'm watching a movie and hunted for all the clips and downloaded all those clips while I'm doing something else. But instead, I'm like piecing together, looking for a clip, piecing together, looking for a clip. So it was like a really long process. I think instead next time I'm gonna just plan out all of the clips that I'm gonna need and then find them and then piece it all together.
It's interesting because when I talked to CG's World, and he was asking after we did the history of Snyderverse, he's like, so do you plan out your meme clips ahead of time? Do you plan out your clips ahead of time? And to me, it's like, I guess 40% I plan out when I'm writing, if I'm writing it, 60% I'll grab, because especially if like you guys send me a voiceover and I just like rewrote the script and I'll send it. There's a few that I'll put in some jokes that I know, some clips I'll use, or like, okay, I want to use this movie for these clips or whatever, right? But I think a lot of like my creative process is just finding the right gag, like, and it kind of evolves because like Plum, you know this, like the last video we did, was it the Tom Holland update one? You were looking for that Sammy Davis Jr. You were looking for the last gag or whatever.
Shoot, no, that was the Squid Game, one.
Yeah, the Squid Game one, right?
Yeah.
It's all a blur, all these videos, man.
Went all the way back to Ocean's 11. OG.
Yeah. But it's sometimes like if you'll use a meme in like the first minute and you're like, oh, that's, and then you can build upon that, and then you find your own gags, right? I like the evolution of finding those, so I don't really write myself in. But like if I'm doing a subject on a movie or something, I'll try and watch the movie if I have time, like the day before, and I'll write down time code of like specific lines and stuff. Like when I did the perfect scene of X-Men First Class for heavy spoilers, I did all the time code so I could figure out. There were so many goofy shots of Beast I wanted to use, but it just wouldn't fit in because it was a serious video. So I still got them saved in a folder. But yeah, it's like planning it out saves you a lot of time in the editing process. And if I had the time, I would totally do that. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I do it every time because I like finding that evolution of the jokes through the editing, you know, like it'll just hit you, or I'm trying to think of something and I'm like, okay, I need to take a break. So I'll take Mando for a walk or whatever. And then it'll just hit me and I'll come back and like, oh, okay, so that's the bit I'll use, and I'll pepper it out throughout the video.
I mean,
don't listen to me. I'm just a hack.
No, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many times I've like changed my mind on a meme just because later on down the road, as James was saying, you want to build into a joke. So like I'll go back and restart something just to get like a better sequence of laughs out of it.
Yeah, or you try and make something work. You're like, I really want to use this clip, and you try and make it work, and then it's like, no, I just can't. You got to find something better, you know. So
there's a Chris Pine clip where he's running and he says, "Buckle up," and I tried to use that, but it was such a quick cut that it didn't work. And I was like, I don't want to use just the buckle up with the Batmobile thing because I see that a lot, and James uses that all the time. I want to mix it up a little bit, and I tried, but it was just so short that you couldn't even distinguish what was happening. He's just like, buckle up, and like, yeah, that's no good. But I was trying to, when I was writing the script, I had in mind what some of the clips might be while I was doing that, or the kind of gag. But I don't know. It's cool. Like, it's fun. It's a whole new creative medium that I never have. I've only tinkered with, and this is like it goes way deeper.
Oh yeah, you can go deep.
I can't wait to see what else you do. I can't wait to see that video finished too. The first minute and a half you sent me was really great. I enjoyed it.
And I'm not even thinking about transitions or any of that stuff, like making it the polish yet. I'm just getting the guts. And I was in a real rush to get this out. And I go, no, dude, let's just get your shit together and just make a good video. And if it takes me a couple days longer and the momentum of the Book of Boba excitement is worn down, I'm not worried about that this time. I just want to make a good video, and that way I learn how to do it while I'm doing it. And then the next thing I'll catch it while the buzz is still hot. You know what I mean?
One of us. Yeah, we don't really put stuff out super fast just to catch the hype. You know, if it's got to be a day or two later, like, and that's why I love about Edward too. It's like, I'm gonna take my time with this one. He's like, all right, yeah, there's no rush, we'd rather, because film is forever, you know what I mean, so pain is temporary. You're saying transitions, there's an art of the straight cut, man. Like I was saying, like in Army of Thieves with that transition from the right to left, so if you're not supposed, the editing is more in the, I think with YouTube videos, more in the clips you use plus the footage you use of the subject material you're talking and the flow of it, and if you don't notice the editing, then you're doing a good job. I know a lot of I was talking to Charlie about this from Then and Now podcast. You got him the microphone, he got his computer, right? So he's really starting to edit from home. He's like, check out these new transitions I found, I want to use them. I'm like, that's awesome, man. And then I told him about the art of the straight cut. So if you don't notice, because a lot of people when they start editing, they're like, oh yeah, transitions, I want to really spruce this up with some transitions, but it kind of actually says the opposite. You know what I mean? It's like, keep it simple, right? But that said, when we were at the studio, Plum, there was a game to always try and put in a cube spin transition.
I remember that.
If you could work in a cube spin transition into your commercial, you were a god for the day. Yeah. Most
Only
people
for the
with
day,
Star
though.
Wipes. In other studios, it was Star Wipes, but with us, it was cube spin. So.
Oh man, Star Wipe would be deadly.
Bobby's
that would
right.
be so difficult.
Star Wipe. Say, you're only as good as your last thing you did.
If you do Star Wipe, make sure you go front to back. I'm just saying. You get pink eye. What do you call it? What I was saying with like transitions too, I was like, sometimes the cut, that's how you get pink eye. That's one of my oldest jokes. Sometimes I was finding like letting the audio unlinking them and letting the audio come in first. And then the picture.
LNJs. Yeah.
So I was playing a little bit with that because sometimes I'm like, it's not ready for the audio yet, but it needs a picture, like or whatever. So that was pretty cool. It's just something I'd never even thought about. I just had everything clean cuts before, but now I'm like, no. If I let that go in, people aren't even going to notice, and it'll look natural because you still need to finish this visual sequence before I go into the, So anyway, pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Clint,
you guys are wizards.
Big part. You'll find that audio plays a big part in how like someone's eyes are actually going to react when they're watching something. Like I don't use it so much with what we do at small screen because it like a lot of my cuts are like for the joke. But when I was doing short films and stuff, like I definitely let the audio go on for maybe even a couple clips.
There was some stuff where I'm dealing with Tusken Raiders, and there was some.
Yeah, you keep that running.
It needs to keep going, and I was like, but the visually, I had already gone on to the next thing, but I needed that to keep echoing out. So it's still, even though they already got the effect of the yell, it's still echoing in their brains while they're paying attention to what's happening. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really neat. Really neat. You guys are storytellers in a completely different way. It's fun because I'm like I'm a songwriter. I've done all kinds of creative stuff and like writing songs and then turning around and recording a song and panning and using all the effects and all the different things with audio engineering in a song. There's so many different little things that you're doing technically to maybe you have a single guitar in the verse and you want to open it up in the chorus and you hard pan on the choruses, or some people will bump it up a dB in the choruses to make the chorus sound bigger, and things that are not, people don't even realize. There's a whole aspect to this in video editing that I'm like, it's a whole new world of secret tricks and things that I need to learn. So it's a lot of fun because, like I said, I'm used to doing little things like that with audio. Anything from doubling a vocal, but having one buried in the mix. It sounds like a single singer, but it's two tracks, and it just, but your brain can't perceive it, or maybe your ears can't perceive it, your brain can. There's a lot of subtle stuff.
Yeah.
What do we got going on here?
The brain perceives.
The brain perceives. The consciousness isn't aware that what you're perceiving is what I'm. Yeah.
No, I know what you're talking about on that one. I've done mushrooms.
You don't want to notice the editing.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to notice it. If you notice things, then I guess that's when they're bad. What's going on with that, James? Almost called you.
I was just showing you the layers for a simple. This is the simple fast one we did.
Yeah.
All right. So there's not too many layers. It's the audio though, right? You see how the audio is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of stuff. So I'm trying to click, and I'm on the wrong screen here. And then Plum sends me his bit, and it's like, okay, there's nothing there. So. But yeah, like you could take this and put it all in its own timeline group, and then just plunk that in as one clip, right? Instead of just layering it. But we were like so fast. So, but yeah. I'm not going to get into
depends on what you want to do with. Okay. What else can I talk about?
No, go ahead. I meant for like showing the timeline.
Oh, okay. But yeah, as far as making those layers like that, I tend to just put it all in the same timeline so I can think of it in a linear fashion. The only reason I would stack things like that is if like say I wanted to do like some sort of like opacity trick, or there was an effect that allowed both tracks to be visible in some way.
Well, like I said, that was the one where I wrote it. There was no writing because it was all from the leak or from the scooper at Marvel. Like we wrote it that morning, you recorded it, and then we had it out 2 hours later. So that's why I just plunked everything on the timeline. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do any separate containers.
Yeah.
I started doing I didn't know you could do 2 sequences. So I made another sequence and I put that up on my big TV up in the background. And then I would cut anything. I'd put everything on my laptop screen and cut that up, and then I would drag it up to the other screen. And so I have like the nice organized one up on top real big where I could see everything that's going on, and then I'd drag all the clips onto this other one and had it as kind of like a bin slash
it's like a cutting room, and then
a cutting room. Yeah. So it was pretty cool. I was like, cool, this is neat. Like I said, I'm figuring out a workflow and stuff. I know everybody has different.
Having a scratch timeline was very useful. Just dump your clips, especially if something's not working and come back to it later, and you don't have to go look for it. You just dump it on your scratch timeline. Subscribe for more content like this.
Yeah, Vince, how you doing, man?
Listening to you guys, man.
Sorry, we're nerding it up over here.
No, I'm hip to your lingo. Don't worry.
Hopefully, I sound more genuine than that.
Anyone have any topics they want us to cover while we're here doing the After Dark and small screen?
Yeah, anybody?
Yeah. Catwoman.
Let's talk about the editing in Catwoman.
Which one?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Catwoman.
The editing in Catwoman, yeah. Oh, my God. It's like eight cuts in like half a second. It's absolutely brutal.
They had to figure out a way to make a 3-second fight sequence last about half an hour.
Here you go, Bobby. Here's your grandson with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Not stretch for time, my friend.
Wow.
Hey, there we go. I was going to say, where the hell am I? Where did I go?
So you're talking about the Catwoman with
No, see, the thing is there's a space, so it doesn't count.
No, that was Siri did that. I didn't do that. Siri did that.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Don't make me remember that show.
Bitch, autocorrect got me again. Burned again. What about Catwoman?
I don't know where you guys. Which Catwoman are you guys referring to when you?
Oh, the Halle Berry movie.
Halle Berry. There we go. I never saw it. Man.
Oh man,
like Halle Berry me alive.
I did.
Oh, plum.
That must have been. That must have been sunk her, right? I mean, what else did she do after that? It was.
No, Halle Berry was in it. It did great.
Halle Berry's still going strong, man. She was in John Wick 3. What are you kidding?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Wow.
Yeah.
So you didn't watch our latest video on small screen, or you would have seen those clips, Vince.
Yes, very true.
See you later.
Busted.
She still looks great, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing how, medicine and technology has allowed us to live longer and look better. Because, man...
When you're rich, yeah.
Well, 60 does not look like it used to. What's going on with Helen Mirren? Jesus.
Elizabeth Hurley, too. Elizabeth Hurley looks fantastic. Of course, they could all just be Instagram filters. I don't know.
Could be, but I don't know. It's hard to get rid of SAG.
Keanu Reeves, Paul Rudd.
Screen Actors Guild?
I think they're just all vampires.
Actually, yeah, they're actually quite litigious.
SAG. Hey-o.
I'm also talking about my balls, Clint.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Screen Actors Guild.
Was I've had enough.
Anyway, enough about our balls.
Yeah, I still need to go see Last Night in
Low-hanging
Soho. I want to see that movie real bad.
So do I. I've only seen the first trailer. No one's saying anything about it. That's how you make a trailer.
Yeah, I need to go see that.
Clint, you're frozen and pixelated.
I shouldn't be. Am I? I look good over here.
Oh, that Canon camera.
No. I mean, in StreamYard, I'm completely look fine in StreamYard on my end. That's super weird. I'm not even talking about my own software or anything, but in StreamYard, I look great.
See?
Yeah.
That's weird. No, I mean, I could. That's super weird. Yeah, I'm moving just fine. Look at me.
Hey, capture that. Put that in the background.
I was gonna say turn him into Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, now I'm recording you guys.
You lie.
Nope, this is me recording y'all.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. You still look frozen to me. It just froze.
Screen capturing you inside of you. It's like a vortex.
Oh man, I love it. Every time I share my screen on this software, you get to see that like falling mirror effect. Yeah.
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 Jesus, look how I'm craning my neck. I look hideous. Do I look like a goblin, guys? I certainly look like a goblin right there.
Oh, is this where I'm supposed to say, what is all this about? And he says, shut up, I asked the question.
Hey,
Do I
Clint,
look like?
all we see
Do I
is
look
that,
like Green Goblin, guys?
All we see is a frozen image. If you pull up YouTube, you'll see what we're talking about. The cam's not working. You might have to come back in.
That's super weird, dude. Because I'm.
God, that
Hey,
actor
speaking
does
of
not
the
work
goblin,
enough.
speaking of the goblin, I guess maybe you guys have touched on this before, but I wasn't with you guys. But the goblin's mask in the first movie, what the heck was that about?
What, in the first Spider-Man?
Yeah, man.
It was a techno goblin.
It had to be practical. The mesh.
What the heck
in
kind
his,
of a brain
in his
fart
mouth.
was that? I mean,
He was a DJ like Deadmau5.
you know, they could have done the mask like the goblin in Legend, right? And it would have been great. Or actually just put some green makeup on Defoe and you have the Green Goblin anyway. Because Defoe looks like the Green Goblin to begin with.
You see the thing, the guy that did the Joker? He added the digital effects makeup with the Joker to Willem Dafoe. It was crazy.
Hey, man, Defoe would have been a great Joker. Now that you mentioned
Yeah, he would.
Yeah. But you know who's the Joker we all deserve?
Who?
Tommy Wiseau.
Yes.
There you go. Look at that, man. What the heck? Such a departure. I mean,
it looked pretty good though, like with the goggles down, the lenses down.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, they kind of had to modernize it. I don't know. Like, we're kind of biased because like that was the best Spider-Man film we got.
Yeah, we bought into the purple hat Green Goblin from the actual comics, so
yeah.
Yeah, that's true. The hat could have been worked with, you know. But the mask, I don't know. Maybe,
I always wanted to see Osborn put that thing on, just like yeah.
So he looks the same.
I'm gonna look so badass. God damn it.
I like the second Spidey with Doc Ock. I thought that was a really
that
good
one was
my favorite out of that
trilogy. Mine too.
No
this
one
guy
likes
hit it on the
Spider-Man
nail.
3.
Huh?
Okay.
No one likes Spider-Man 3.
No, dude. Oof.
I can only show 4 seconds of this, but
Is that Gene Simmons?
that's Tommy Wiseau.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's good. Oh,
what a riot!
Yeah, what's fun is the that Venom 2 post credit scene. Spoiler alert: when Venom recognizes Peter Parker.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I have not seen it. It's on my list for like tonight. So
yeah. Well, it's do you want me to say this, or do you want to take your headphones off for 10 seconds?
I'll earmuffs.
Yeah, he says they have a hive mind. He says they have a hive mind and 1,000 years of a hive mind. So when he recognizes him, he's recognizing him through the Sam Raimi suit of Spider-Man 3. That's how Venom is recognizing that. So which is interesting. Yeah, if you think about that. He just finished saying, he's like, yeah, you couldn't handle 1,000 years of a millennia of hive mind, of multiple universes. And then a little bit later we see him. We're like, how does he know this guy? Because Venom's like, it's him. And I believe that's how somehow some kind of weird multiverse version of.
You're good, Plum.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's.
So anyway, Venom is. I'm just kidding.
Hey, Clint, do you want to exit out of StreamYard and come back in because you're still frozen?
What's weird is it looks fine on YouTube. I'm not frozen on YouTube.
Oh, does it? Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, it looks fine in StreamYard.
Is it just my end? No.
No, it is for.
Okay, now you're back, but you're blurry.
Weird. Okay. Oh yeah, I'll get out of here.
I'm watching. Okay. He doesn't believe me. He's gonna watch the replay and just make sure I'm not messing with him.
I'm watching the replay.
Did you guys sit through the 3 hours of the Justice League? I haven't. Every time I'm gonna press play, I'm like,
Zack Snyder's.
Yeah, is it good?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Oh, okay.
I watched like the first 3 quarters, and then I was getting a bit drowsy because it was late at night, and so I stopped it, and then I went back and I watched the rest the next day right away. I really enjoyed it. It was good.
Oh, okay.
But it's cut into chapters, right? So you can't watch it. You don't have to watch it all at once. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's cool. No, it was the Avengers movie. I went through those 3 hours like butter. It was. I mean, I was enjoying it, and I didn't even feel the 3 hours. But
well, it didn't seem like a 4-hour movie to me when I watched Zack Snyder's Justice League. To be honest with you.
Oh well, if that's the case, then I'll check it out.
No, that's how I felt with Dune. The new Dune.
Yeah,
watching that
I
just
wish that was
like
longer.
Just went by in a flash.
Yeah,
so
it didn't
disappointed
feel
when it ended.
Right, it didn't feel
not in the movie, just that it ended.
Yeah. No, I think they did a pretty great job with it. I love the immense sets, man.
Yeah, and of course, Jason Momoa again dies way too early. I just want him to stick around forever.
Right? He was great. I like this character a lot. I mean, I never read.
I wish that was 4 hours.
Huh?
I wish it was 4 hours though.
Yeah. Well, we eventually have a. We have more
sequel, yeah, but we gotta wait till 2023. So.
Yeah.
Ugh. So long.
You'd figure they probably have it in the works already. Hey, the man's back. All right. Now you're okay.
There we go.
That's better. See, I wasn't messing with you, man. Look, in the
I thought you were messing with me. You know what's really bizarre?
Frozen. You are frozen. Settle down, guys.
Check this out, dude. I'm gonna. It says today. I get this out of here. I don't know if anybody's seen our chat. I posted last night. Woohoo! Finally seeing Eternals. See that right there? And but I got a notification, and it said your post violates our platform standards. And I'm like, what? I was like, did somehow I click on something that's like racist or something? I don't know what the hell did I accidentally butt post something? I couldn't figure out what it was, and then I looked at it and it was like, woohoo, I'm enjoying the Eternals at AMC Lakeline. That's super weird.
Did you make fun of Mark Zuckerberg like just earlier that day or something?
No, I didn't. It was like it goes against the community standards of Facebook. And my guess is hold on, I got to record this because I want to send this to somebody. I got a post that said I'm going against community standards by posting, woohoo, I'm watching Eternals at Lakeline 9. I'm guessing it goes against the standards because Lakeline 9 AMC Theater in Cedar Park / Austin, Texas, turns the lights on before the post-credit scenes. As soon as the movie ends and the scenes come on, they turn the floodlights on and you're blinded and you have to squint to watch the light gray post-credit scenes and you can't read any of the credits. I'm guessing this. Yes. How rude. There's 2 post-credit scenes and they turn the lights on.
Do you think that's because so many people record the post-credit scenes? Do you think they did it for that reason?
I think it's just thoughtlessness. It was the last showing, and that was their way of saying, hey, guys, we don't appreciate you still being here. Can you get the hell out so we can clean the theater? That's what I think, but that's just me. But I don't know. I'm gonna tag AMC Lakeline, or I'm gonna tag AMC in this and post it on Twitter and see what they have to say about it. And screen grab. Okay.
I don't get it. Why would they remove it? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that's weird. The Facebook thing is weird. It's probably algorithm just thinking it's something that it wasn't. You know what I mean? We've had similar stuff recently. That's pretty hilarious with Squid Games. Remember that, James? That was funny.
Yeah.
Thinking things were explicit words when it was people's names and stuff. I don't want to get into that, but
we can't even say it because then we might get flagged by YouTube.
Yeah, again, I would on my channel, but yeah.
Well, no, because the director's name. How do you say the director's name, Clint? Do you remember?
I have it in written. It's Huang, I think, or is it?
I think it's Huang.
Huang Dong Shuk or something like that. I have it written down. I read it in the script, but
yeah. So they flagged us for the word dong. Yeah, in the description.
That's what it is. Yeah, and yeah, they said that word was an explicit word. They thought we were talking about something else, and I'm like, how that cannot believe that the algorithm can take people's name. Yeah, can take people's names and mistake.
That's okay.
Yeah,
but that's okay.
That's all right. Yeah, mistake somebody's name for a slang term. You know what I mean? And the algorithm flags your stuff. It's bizarre. It's pretty funny. But so it's probably something like that. I don't know why. I just noticed that when I opened up my Windows to open up Chrome to jump on with you guys. You violated the. I was like, what? Violated?
It's hardly like the most explicit way to like say that. Like it's not the most explicit euphemism on the planet, you know?
Well, yeah. Well, woohoo is not. I didn't even say hoo-hoo. I said woohoo.
You know that was Whoopi Goldberg or something.
I don't know. That was real weird. But how rude! I'll say how rude of AMC when you have 2 post-credit scenes to turn the lights on. Why would you do that?
Probably because.
Wow. This is a stimulating conversation. I got mad and jumped up and ran outside to try and tell somebody, "Hey guys, could you turn this off?" We got and I couldn't find anybody. And then by the time I ran back, the post-credit scene was starting, and I almost missed it because of that. I would have been real pissed. There's people out there that are
conversation.
Yeah, there's people out there that are struggling to eat, and have to walk 6 miles to get water from a well and carry it back to their little village. Yeah, and then me,
like word for word.
and-
That's what I always tell people. I'm like, well, you don't have to walk 6 miles for water, word for word, right?
In Mexico, there's places where you have to walk miles to get water to bring back to your, with the thing over the thing like carrying buckets. That's a real thing. And, you know, we're living in the future, and I'm complaining about post-credit scenes of a Marvel movie, and there's people having to walk 6 miles with water. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is I'm a flipping crybaby, but it's still freaking annoying.
One of our regulars posted on Facebook the other day about he had to pay got charged $4 for crackers at Wendy's or whatever, and like I was just like, this is the most first world problem post I've seen in a long time. Like, he found it funny. He knows I'm joking around.
Yeah.
He couldn't make it because he's watching Eternals right now, or maybe he's in the audience. I don't know. I'm not gonna name drop him. It was EJ. It was Jedi Master EJ. I'm joking.
Yeah, he's mad because he could have gone into a different store and gotten free crackers somewhere. They're giving away crackers.
Oh man, is that you, James?
No, I'm not tapping. I think it's Vince tapping.
Oh, sorry, it was me. Sorry,
Oh, good.
Jesus.
Are your ears okay?
I don't know.
I didn't think the mic would pick that up.
You're okay.
I got one of these glass desks. I was just.
You did. Oh yeah, this glass is gonna be silent.
I got one of these cheapy mics. I would figure it would, catch that. So.
Oh, here we
Yes,
go.
it does.
Let's
It
listen
picks
about
up-
dynamic and condenser,
It
because I
picks up
needed to
every-
learn this.
Well, also,
What?
it's like
Is that Clint? What does he
when
get?
you have a thin flimsy mic, it'll pick up everything.
Really?
Yeah, you want a heavy, expensive mic.
You sound like a car salesman.
Yeah. I mean, you can have a Geo Tracker or you can have a Jeep. Which do you want to go off-roading in? No, I actually like your mic. It's got lights on it, and it's a dynamic mic. That's all you need, man. You want
That's
a
all I
dynamic
wanted,
mic,
man.
Yeah, it's
After
all you
you-
need.
yeah.
Because the refrigerator, dropping ice cubes in the other room, and you're hearing it in the middle of you're like, Mom, can I get some more meatloaf? And and you're hearing stuff in the other room. It's like, but if you got a good dynamic mic, you don't hear anything.
It wasn't until Spooky and I were gaming, and we both had our mics on to talk to our buddy we were gaming with, and and I just like I left to use the washroom. I walked downstairs and I heard every single step, and I heard me shut the door. I was like, wow, okay, it picks up everything. Yeah.
Wait, you had both your mics on? That didn't echo?
No.
No. Strange.
But because actually she muted her mic.
Ah.
Right. And then because he could hear me through mine, or hear her through mine, because we're right close to each other, and it's a condenser mic, so it picks up everything. So, and I know that now because I forgot when I went to film school 20 years ago what dynamic and condenser was. So.
And I have dynamic. I mean, I have condenser mics. That's a condenser mic right back there.
Mm-hmm.
It's got a foam
you
cover.
have a soundproof room.
Yeah, it's not soundproof. It's sound treated, so I don't have any. I don't have any sound waves bouncing around, causing weird reverb or kind of sounds and echoey kind of sounds. But I have a neighbor next door who has the loudest air conditioner unit in the history of air conditioners, and sometimes I'll be like, introducing the new Samsung Galaxy. It like kicks in. I'm like, geez, dude, with Squid Game, blah blah blah. So I have
Hans Zimmer Braum.
It's seriously, dude. It's like it's like a train going but I do have software that can remove noise reduction software that's really good at not deadening up the track, but I can hear the difference. It's a little, but the average person can't hear the difference. But I notice you can use various degrees of it. But
am I the only one here?
So that's Jeez, is that true? That's delightful.
Am I the only one here that gets like anxiety in soundproof rooms?
You would freak out in here. It's like quiet. It's super weird. Like when you talk, it like there's no you're used to hearing some kind of slapback off of a wall, you know, and in here the walls are carpeted, the floor is carpeted. I have foam on this all over the place. Like it's like, I mean, look up there. Like it's like all over. So it's like, yeah. So it's like, so it sounds great in here for voiceover and singing and recording and stuff. But yeah, I don't get anxiety from it, but I notice it. I think it's weird. I used to sleep. I had a bed in this room, and I had a lot of the treatment up.
That would be impossible for me. Oh my god!
It's actually really relaxing. It's actually pretty relaxing for me. But there is a room that's known as the quietest room in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And it's really weird because they have like a kind of a cage, kind of a floor, but underneath it's almost, you know, like you get foam that like egg crate foam and stuff that has spikes. These are long, like 1 or 2 foot long spikes and it just sucks up the sound waves in every direction. And it's known as the quiet, and it's also soundproofed where it's also blocks out everything. And like in a studio, you have like, they do a couple of things. They have special sheetrock that they make that has metal inside of it, fucking metal. And then they have or they use doubled up sheetrock stuff where they'll run the sheetrock vertical and then they'll run it also horizontal and have double sheetrock, and they insulate everything. So it's like it's almost like airtight. They make the room airtight because if air can get through, then sound can get through. And so it's pretty interesting how they do all that. But
physics.
But this room that like apparently you can only be in this room for like 5 minutes because it makes people go insane. You'll start having a weird anxiety, heart attack. Like people get sick, like nauseous. It's so quiet that your body doesn't know what the fuck to do, which is pretty cool. Subscribe.
Where I used to work, they had this office, had a little room. It was like 5 by 5. It was all foam padded with those spikes, those foam spikes, soundproof completely. And I got in there. It was like a black hole of sound, man. It just sucked up everything. You couldn't hear anything. I guess it was soundproof too. It is a pretty freaky feeling you get when you're in there because it's so quiet.
I get straight up stressed out, man. I was gonna do it here, like in my apartment, just because like my neighbors wear cement shoes. But I don't know. I thought about it for like 5 minutes and went to visit my buddy who has it set up, and I was like, no, I can't live in this. I cannot.
Yeah. The other thing is it won't help the neighbors. You'll still hear the neighbors. It's just, there's no way to soundproof without doing like serious construction. There's no way to keep sound out of there. Like you need to make it like a bank vault, like where there's no sound can get in because it's, you know, or a vacuum. Like I don't know if you've been at like my high school.
It's got to be thick, right?
It has to be thick, and yeah, just like that. And you can hear through the walls. You can hear people walking up above you, like. All you can do with home treating like this, like I said, I could still hear the air conditioner, even though there's a window behind all this stuff over there, and like there's just no way unless I put a whole bunch of wood and insulation and then put boards over it and airtight sealed it, that you're gonna catch the sound. So you don't keep sound out. You're really just deadening the sound. It's all you can do in a treatment on a place like.
Oh, so you're deadening the sound that's going out, not the one that's coming in.
For instance, it's insane that I have a glass desk in front of me. Because the room is so dead, I get away with it. But if you have nothing on the walls and you have a glass desk and you have a glass computer screen and a big glass TV in front of me and all these things, these are flat, hard surfaces, and sound waves just bounce, and they'll bounce off that, and then they hit a corner. Then they go, they spread out of corners, and there's all this stuff, all these sound waves bouncing around. If you look in these corners, I have I have C3PO. C3PO is the industry standard for sound dampening. I'm just kidding. No, I have a foam triangles over there that to where I don't have a sharp corner that's going to get and distribute sound. and so it's like there's all these things. Hard surfaces are terrible for anything.
You would be
like that.
You would be like in the Star Wars trash compactor when they fired the laser.
Exactly. That's what it does with sound waves. It just that's what happens. So if you get sound treatment like this, and one thing that's really interesting is you can do voiceover at home in your closet. If you have a walk-in closet, I went in downtown. I went to a place in Austin called Lucy in Disguise, and it's a costume shop. Yeah.
Sorry. Back in like the mid 2000s, I had a closet and I put a sleeping bag around the walls, and I piped in this like dollar store microphone, and I used to charge wannabe rappers, not charge them, but like come in and then like bring a couple beers or whatever, and I would record them, and it actually sounded pretty good.
Yeah, dude, you can really do wonders. Like I was saying, that shop, Lucy in Disguise, it was just this, and it was really cool. The front room had all kinds of crazy costumes and hats and mustaches and all. But this was a ginormous place. That's all they did, costumes year round. And you get to the back room, they had it in different sections, and you get to the next room, it was just wall to wall, all clothing, and you get in there, and it's that uncomfortable feeling like Dan was talking about. You get in there, and I'll be like, it just got weird. And they're like, "What?" I was like, "You don't hear that? You hear that?" And they're like, "What?" And I said, "Exactly. You don't hear anything. It's fucking weird in here." Sorry for the F-bomb, but no, I'm like, this is unsettling, and that's when I realized, I was like, you know what? If I have a walk-in closet that is just filled with clothes, that's going to absorb all the sound from bouncing around, and I could do voiceover. And this is just the beginning when I was first starting. I was like, I can do voiceover in my closet, and that's what a lot of people do, and stuff.
That makes sense.
But yeah, but
comedy timing.
Yeah, but dynamic mic certainly helps with not picking all that stuff up, because a condenser mic hears everything around the room, and a dynamic mic just hears what's right in front of it. It doesn't. Yeah, it only hears what's right in front of it. Doesn't hear what very limited on what else it hears. So it's pretty cool.
Okay.
Pretty. You're like, cool story, bro.
Nope. I wasn't saying that.
You know what's cool is shotgun mics. Shotgun mics they only hear what's right in front of them, but it goes for a long way. You can hear something across the room, and it's just like it's like a sound laser. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
I got one here. It doesn't work. I was hoping to use in a little movie I was gonna do, and damn thing's like messed up for some reason. Somebody gave it to me. Maybe that's why. But I was dying. There you go, like that one. I was dying to use it to see how far and how good it would pick up.
They go pretty good distance. But yeah, everybody's seen these in the movies with like you'll have this like out of frame up above, like, and then you're like, oh, yeah. You're like, oh, the mic popped in the thing again,
Right.
Yeah. The boom pole.
Yeah.
But apparently, they get great sound from it, because you can hear it from the actors.
Yeah.
They're fantastic. They're fantastic. This is a MKH 416. It's my new favorite.
Oh.
Sometimes
I need your clothes, your boots, your microphones.
Sometimes you find you find something like that you don't have to EQ or anything. Like this thing just sounds perfect already. Like, so instead of having to get in there and make a bunch of adjustments, it just sounds perfect. So you just plug it in and you're like, awesome, I'm badass. Pretty cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
How does it handle, like, if you had a little bit of wind, if you're outside? Have you tried that with that?
I've never used it. This thing is the industry standard for like movies and doing all that stuff. But like, I use this only as a voiceover mic. So so like, yeah. So I'm sitting here like, with the I don't know, sitting here, and instead of pointed right at me, it would catch a bunch of plosives, as they call them. So I don't point directly at my mouth. I point across, and then I talk. So I'm like, I'm talking. Yeah, and I'm not quite perpendicular. I kind of angle it towards a little bit, and I'm talking into. And if you get too far, If I get too far, you can hear it sounds far away. But if you use a pop screen, you can get there's a sweet spot that you get to where you're like, okay, there it is, and I just stay right there, and then I could read my script right here. Also get some hard-looking Tusken Raiders. Did Boba get double-crossed and then sound the alarm to the old crew? We're getting the band back together. So. There you go.
You know, yeah, you kept it under 7 seconds, so when you put your video up, we won't get, hey, someone copied your video.
Oh yeah, and it's my voice, so it tricks the algorithm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
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 You know, my friend who went to see the Eternals tonight, I was just remembering, you guys ever see that Catherine Zeta-Jones TV commercial back from when Zorro came out for Mustang? You guys ever
probably saw that? Man, I loved Catherine Zeta-Jones back. I still do, but back then, I remember when Zorro came out, I was like, holy Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, when the Zorro would come out, and instead of jumping on he saves her. Instead of jumping on the horse, he jumps right into this Mustang convertible. And they take off. But this friend of mine, he directed the commercial.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
So it might be online if you guys ever want to check it out. It's pretty cool.
For sure.
I think I did the storyboards for that one too, if I remember. But
cool.
It was pretty nice. I mean, he got Demeter and all that stuff and work with her. But I thought that was pretty neat. So let's see what feedback he gives me on the movie.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now, dude.
Huh?
I'm watching it right now.
Really?
Nice.
Oh my god, this guy with the grin. Oh my god. How'd they cast that guy?
Now I want to see it. See if I've seen it.
Oh god,
see
I've
here.
definitely seen.
There's the guy. There you go.
My dad's such a fan of Mustangs.
That's it. That's all we got.
I guess they tried to get as close to Antonio Banderas as they could, but
Oh no, I'm talking about like the guy who's chasing them.
oh, the big fat guy.
Yeah, the fat guy who's got the missing tooth and the crooked teeth.
Yeah. Well, I guess they must have done it like comedic purposes or something.
Oh yeah, obviously, but
he's trying to heal, right?
And right at the end, the extra shot, the extra.
I have seen this commercial. This is golden.
I don't know if that was back in the 90s.
Looks like 94 to me, judging by the Mustang.
Right.
Judging by the Mustang. Good eye, Clint. Good eye.
Thanks.
All right,
we,
fellas.
We worked on a lot of Ford commercials back then. I did a ton of them.
We're
A
gonna
lot
call
for
it a night
Mustang,
now.
a lot for
Sorry, Vince.
I don't know, I forgot what it was.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. You remember that George Hamilton Zorro?
Oh yeah.
That was a fun one when I was a kid. I always loved that one.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Are we
George Hamilton. What
are
a
we
riot.
are we calling it a night, James? I heard you pulling the plug.
Yeah, we're at 4 hours now, and
I mean, it's
Jay-
only
Jay-
4 hours, 58 minutes, 59 minutes.
Well, James keeps sipping on that moonshine. And, is that what it is? Is that moonshine?
My
There you
water.
go. Water. Is that what you call it? All right.
Yeah, I don't drink, my friend. I don't drink.
Oh man, I'm
It
looking at
wouldn't be
this George
moonshine if I
Hamilton
was
Zorro.
drinking. It'd be beer.
I decided to change the subject because I was like, maybe it wouldn't even be good to talk about that, in this modern day. But that was a funny ass movie.
No, I don't even
Bro,
know
I
anything
haven't
about
seen
the
it in
man.
a long
I just know he
But yeah.
looks so funny.
I saw that way back. I don't even remember the movie. I wouldn't mind seeing it again. Because every time I see George Hamilton, I crack up.
It was Zorro the Gay Blade, and it was
Gay Blade.
really good. But nowadays,
Go over there and hit the fucking like button. All right, you.
I don't know if it'd be considered like a mockery of of lifestyle now, and be like maybe, hey, that's not a funny movie to talk about, guys. I was just remembering as a 6-year-old, I always was happy when that came on HBO. I was like,
I don't think I've ever seen it.
That or Time Bandits was the other one where when I was
Time
the same age, I was like, oh yeah. In fact, I want to go watch Time Bandits right now. I haven't seen that in 35 years. Let's do this.
Well, awesome, guys. Thanks for coming on to the Late Show.
Wait, I got something I want to talk about.
No, because I am getting hangry, and
really, I got nothing.
I have to end it.
Yeah, guys, if you're
getting a bit lightheaded.
Guys, if you're still with us from before, or if you just joined, we need you guys to go support the last night of the Twilight. I almost said Patreon. That's a
Kickstarter.
Kickstarter. There we go. Guys, support that because it sounds like it's awesome. And Shaun was a great dude, and we had a good time talking to him. So if you just jumped on, we're getting off, but you can rewind back to the beginning of this stream and see some good stuff. So it was fun, guys. Every Friday you'll catch us here on small screen, and Vince, Dan Plum, that James Guy Clint, we'll all be back. How's that for a sign off? Edward might be here.
Check out the Kickstarter project. It's in the link in the chat there. Vince, where can we find you?
Facebook. I'm in Vince Rodriguez, and what do you call it? At artstation.com/art by Vince. That's you can see my work there as well.
Okay, Plum, where can we find you?
You can find me at Daniel Plum on Twitter and at Twitch TV/Dan Plum on Twitch. It's in the website, isn't it? There we go.
And you can find me, the OG Clint Baker, youtube.com/Clint Baker channel, not the Clint Baker channel. And you can find me right here. Yeah. We'll see you next Tuesday and next Friday.
And find me on Twitter at 42cutcom. And on this YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Shut up.
Shut up! Shut up!